Echo and Harper Audio present A Collective Bargain: Unions, Organizing, and the Fight for Democracy by Jane McAlevey. This is the author. A note before we begin. Don't forget to download the accompanying enhancement PDF from your audiobook provider or go directly to www.harpercollins.com/audio/collective bargain. It contains charts and graphs from the print edition and will be referred to throughout as the enhancement. To the brilliant people who went on strike in 2018 and 2019, the educators from West Virginia to California, the Marriott and Stop and Shop workers, the many nurses and healthcare workers in Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and beyond. You've helped one another, your families, your communities, and the nation, raising expectations that life should and can be better. Keep going. #LAJF. Introduction. 12 years of freedom. Almost. Unions are such a pain in the ass. Really. Anyone who has dealt with a union understands. Then again, so is trying to get through to customer service at your bank or the warranty division of a company that made one of your household appliances. Unions can be bureaucratic and hard to navigate in the same way dealing with the permit process to build a house or a building or opening a child care center is. Paying union dues can feel as exciting as paying taxes. Going to a badly run union meeting may be every bit as painful as attending an interminable city council meeting or a public hearing on just about anything. But unions, Americans may finally be coming to realize, are absolutely essential to democracy. Wild levels of income inequality have led to wild levels of political inequality. Turns out that when you destroy the most effective tool that ordinary people have to challenge the powerful elite in their workplaces, you destroy democracy itself. Chapter 2 of Timothy Snyder's best-selling 2017 book, On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century, is a directive titled Defend Institutions. It begins with his summary of why institutions matter to ward against tyranny. Quote, "It is institutions that help us to preserve decency. They need our help as well. Do not speak of our institutions unless you make them yours by acting on their behalf. Institutions do not protect themselves. They fall one after the other unless each is defended from the beginning. So choose an institution you care about, a court, a newspaper, a law, a labor union, and take its side." End quote. In a world of widening income inequality, the foundering of the democratic electoral process, and rampant sexual and racial inequality, I take the side of unions. Despite their numerous problems, unions alone have the potential to match the power of giant corporations and massive wealth and solve the many social problems we face now. This book is about how unions can get us out of the mess we're in today. Although its focus is on the United States, the analysis and strategies have implications for Brexit-stung England, yellow-vested France, the rest of the trending right-wing populist Europe, and the world, on which the aforementioned countries have long trampled with even less regard than they currently treat their own workers. My firm belief that only strong democratic unions can get us out of the myriad crises engulfing the United States and large parts of the world is based on my 25 years as an organizer in the field, running and winning hard campaigns, including strikes, negotiating hard-fought collective agreements, and more recently reinforced by 5 years of later-in-life doctoral research at the City University of New York and 2 years as a postdoc at Harvard Law School. The chapters in this book reflect my life work and are a mix of history, analysis, and recent case studies, including campaigns I've had a hand in or helped lead in the past few years. My conviction that unions matter now more than ever is grounded in the current power structure analysis. In the United States, we are stuck with a high court that will rule against workers and the planet for another 30 to 40 years. Lawsuits, legal approaches, and advocacy, the modus operandi of choice since the early 1970s for those who self-identify as progressives, simply will not work. Those strategies were shaped by the Warren Court, which can be characterized as a liberal-leaning, or at least fair-minded court that is a reflection of the New Deal and civil rights era from which it sprung. If you believe that lawsuits or legal tactics are the main platforms available for a positive change, stop reading this book and go play with your kids or grandkids. Resign their future and yours to one with more extreme storms and vast unemployment, but know that it is not inevitable, not by a long shot. Wealth inequality is the root cause of today's problems. By 2016, the richest 1% controlled 46% of all financial wealth in the United States. The next 4%, 29%. The next 5%, 11%. And the remaining 90% share a meager just 14%. In fact, the bottom 60% of America not only doesn't have any financial wealth, they are, on average, in debt. But 2016 is now ancient history. By 2017, a new study on inequality showed that just 3 people, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Warren Buffett, have more wealth than the bottom half of the country combined. Bezos' wealth increases by $13 million per hour. In 2018, half of all people in the world experienced an 11% drop in their wealth. The billionaire class increased their riches by $2.5 billion each day. Income inequality is directly linked to political inequality. According to a highly detailed study co-produced by political scientists at Princeton and Northwestern universities, the relative amount of influence over public policy that the super rich, and corporate elite have compared with the rest of the people in the United States tracks closely to the disparities in financial wealth. According to the authors, quote, contrary to what decades of political science research might lead you to believe, ordinary citizens have virtually no influence over what their government does in the United States, and economic elites and interest groups, especially those representing business, have a substantial degree of influence. Government policymaking over the last few decades reflects the preferences of those groups, of economic elites and of organized interests, end quote. The impact of economic, political, and social inequality in America is real and dangerous, and not up for debate. We are, however, in a hot debate about how to reverse course. Ironically, the billionaire class now dominates and frames the national discussion on inequality, with its wealth and influence towering above all other potential players in today's think and do tanks, as well as its outright ownership of key news media outlets, Fox, The Washington Post, and Facebook, to name only 3. It has captured the narrative in policy circles, functioning as an informal, horizontal national political party with equal influence on the Democrats and the Republicans, what I call the party of inequality. Billionaires and the corporations that undergird their 1% superpower status have so skewed the discussion that we no longer debate a worker's right to strike or even their freedom to assemble in the workplace through a union. With the rise of Silicon Valley, we now argue over whether a worker is even a worker. As detailed in the Princeton Northwestern study of our democracy being replaced by an oligarchy, the billionaire class is again advancing the tired argument of trickle-down economics. The legacy power players long associated with the Republican side of the aisle, such as the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the Business Roundtable, argue without proof that further slashing taxes on themselves will create more jobs because they will invest their savings in job creation. The data wildly contradicts their assertions. The 2017 tax cuts have not resulted in durable or good job creation, but funded stock buybacks and bulked up the already bulging pockets of the super rich. In the lead-up to the passage of the 2017 tax bill, the Business Roundtable alone, under its chairperson, J.P. Morgan Chase & Company's Jamie Dimon, quadrupled its spending. It dumped $17 million into pushing for the tax cut bill in just the final 3 months of 2017. That bested how much the Chamber of Commerce doled out in the same 3-month period, but not by much. $16.83 million out of a grand total in the institution's 2017 lobbying budget of $59 million. And that's just lobbying. It doesn't account for spending on political races. When it comes to political spending, the party of inequality leaves every other institution in the dust. To get a sense of this, consider that by the 2016 election cycle, the ratio of big business versus union donations to political candidates and the two main parties was 16-1. Is it any wonder that a massive tax cut for the super rich and corporations passed? In the same period, when Republicans had majorities in both chambers of Congress and the White House, not one pro-worker piece of legislation passed, let alone was legitimately entertained. But the party of inequality, seeking to hem in the parameters of any debate when it comes to protecting its wealth, spends lavishly on candidates and lobbying directed at the Democrats, too. Starting with Bill Clinton's presidency and the creation of the Democratic Leadership Council, in addition to legacy corporate money, the then fledgling, now full-grown billionaire donors of Silicon Valley have been given a red carpet by major Democratic Party leaders because they host successful fundraisers, refilling the money coffers that unions once raised. The big tech elite cleverly disguises their right-wing, anti-worker politics with Democratic-backed social positions, like support for gay marriage and trans rights, but rich ones only, please. Pro-choice legislation for wealthy women, ethnic diversity, but for unicorns of color, and immigration. The big tech pro-immigration aspect is especially cynical. So big tech doesn't have to pay taxes for public schools. It favors immigration for self-serving, specific needs. For the least paid laborers, nannies and gardeners, for example, and the high-income earners, big tech uses the H-1 visas to import engineering talent needed because of Silicon Valley's disruption of public education, covered in Chapter 6. And while they talk a pro-immigration line in public, they are quietly aiding mass deportation schemes by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency by developing and selling high-tech facial recognition and tracking technology. Innovative my ass. Silicon Valley's delegation inside the Party of Inequality is the new face of greed, but on steroids. Disrupting the concept of a worker isn't any better than disrupting democracy, and it has had a big hand in both, thanks to its creation of anti-social media. To try to keep some actual facts in perspective, the so-called platform economy is not nearly as big as was being projected even just 1 year ago. There are many non-union workers in regular jobs not hopping around between TaskRabbit gigs. In 2018, major economists began trying to explain how wrong they were about the size and scale of the platform, or gig, economy. By January of 2019, even the Wall Street Journal began running such headlines as, "How estimates of the gig economy went wrong. Rise in non-traditional work arrangements was more modest than originally estimated," a new paper says. Turns out, talking about the gig economy is a bit of a red herring. It avoids dealing with the vast majority of workers whose work is merely dull and doesn't pay enough to live, let alone live well. Big tech influence can also be seen in the vast sums it has poured into the California movement to privatize public education. In 2017, top donor Reed Hastings, the Netflix founder and current Facebook director and Democrat, raised a full-blown war chest against the teachers' unions, helping oust pro-public education members from the Los Angeles Unified School Board and replacing them with financiers and a pro-charter school majority. In 2018, he helped make the election for the state superintendent of schools one of the most expensive statewide races in California history. His pro-privatization candidate was narrowly defeated, the teachers and parents having learned a lesson about the power of money in the 2017 school board races. Apparently, the teachers' desires for reasonable class sizes, trained nurses in their schools, art classes, recess with playtime on green space, textbooks that no longer refer to the Soviet Union as a country, and a sufficient number of guidance counselors so poor kids can have a shot at attending colleges that their parents can't buy them into amount to demands that deserve a battle by the elite of Silicon Valley. Democrats have been smashing teachers' unions, the largest single segment of unionized workers remaining in America, as they zealously drive their corporate-backed pro-charter school agenda. It's the equivalent of Mitch McConnell and the Koch brothers playing football, getting really bad concussions, and waking up so confused they set out to destroy the National Rifle Association or the Evangelical Church in Texas, Arizona, Iowa, Georgia, and Pennsylvania heading into 2020. Silicon Valley faux libertarianism, it lobbies for massive federal tax dollars for research, for example, but muses that big government is not needed, has so taken over the battle of ideas inside the Democratic Party that even the concept of a national minimum wage is being kicked aside for some faux enlightened program called the Guaranteed Basic Income. The GBI is an airy idea that somehow people will be guaranteed an income when their jobs are destroyed by robots, a phalanx of Silicon Valley-oriented foundations, hedge fund donors, magazines, and consultants, including the Aspen Institute, Open Society, Rockefeller, Wired, Fast Company, McKinsey, Deloitte, Accenture, and the World Economic Forum, think Davos, obsess about what they call the future of work, which is chiefly defined by the integration, artificial intelligence, and automation into the workplace and by the rise of the gig or platform economy. Unsurprisingly, they're the ones moving this idea forward. Under GBI, the guaranteed income would be, get this, $1,000 per month. Because it's impossible to rent a room in a group house, let alone an apartment or house, in the Bay Area or Seattle for that amount, you have to imagine a vast number of unemployed and unhoused who can allegedly have new leisure time to develop a startup company and become rich. The GBI is as much distraction and fantasy as the language Silicon Valley innovators used to get people hooked on Uber, Lyft, and Airbnb. Their quaint notion of the sharing economy was quickly replaced with the platform economy and public stock offerings that filled their pockets while leaving workers in the lurch. These innovators are now selling the idea that we don't need wages or even workers. But the answer is clear. The most obvious solution to the income crisis is to forego the robots and stop the automation, which is also way better for the planet, not just the humans who are still among its inhabitants. Despite the weakened state of most unions, workers today who are either forming new ones or reforming older ones point us in the direction of how to solve the crisis engulfing our society and our politics. In the midterm elections in 2018, dubbed the Year of the Woman, the misogyny oozing from the White House was somewhat rebuked at the polls. Yet the year before, working women scored a series of thoroughly impressive wins, just after Donald Trump lost the popular vote but eked out a win from the Electoral College. Many of those victories received far less media attention. As in the midterm elections, men contributed to these wins, certainly, but the central characters were women, often women of color, who waged tireless campaigns of which the outcomes would have drastic consequences. Chapter 1 discusses 3 such examples of women winning big. The arena for these battles was the workplace, in the mostly female sectors of the economy, such as healthcare, education, and hospitality, but also in the tech sector, where sexual harassment and the gender pay gap serve as a stark reminder that, despite the tech elite's rhetoric of building a new society, nothing much has changed, unless you count the creation of the new generation of Silicon Valley billionaires as progress. Women worker-led policy changes included people wresting control of their schedules away from tone-deaf managers, most of whom have never had to pick up their kids at the bus stop, securing fair and meaningful pay raises, achieving bold new safeguards from sexual predators, and ending racism and other discriminatory practices in their salary structure. The mechanism for securing these victories was the collective bargaining process, and each involved strikes, the key leveraging mechanism of unions. Strikes are uniquely powerful under the capitalist system Because employers need one thing and one thing only from workers: show up and make the employer money. When it comes to forcing the top executives to rethink their pay, benefits, or other policies, there's no form of regulation more powerful than a serious strike. The strikes that work the best and win the most are the ones in which at least 90% of all the workers walk out having first forged unity among themselves and with the broader community. To gain the trust and support of those whose lives may be affected, smart unions work diligently to erase the line separating the workplace from society. The methods organizers use to achieve these kinds of all-out strikes require the discipline and focus of devoting almost all of their time and effort reaching out to the workers who don't initially agree, or even may think they are opposed to the strike, if not the entire idea of the union. This commitment to consensus building is exactly what's needed to save democracy. To win big, we have to follow the methods of spending very little time engaging with people who already agree and devote most of our time to the harder work of helping people who do not agree come to understand who is really to blame for the pain in their lives. Pulling off a big, successful strike means talking to everyone, working through hard conversations over and over until everyone agrees. All-out strikes then produce something else desperately needed today: clarity about the two sides of any issue. Big strikes are political education, bigly. The women-powered collective bargaining wins described in chapters 1, 5, and 6 represent monumental improvements to worker and community lives that happened much faster than traditional policy changes. Unless, perhaps, you are the billionaire class. It is precisely because unions can produce these kinds of gains, even in their emaciated state, that they have been the targets of sustained attacks from the corporate class. Unions' track record of redistributing power, and therefore wealth, and changing how workplaces are governed is what led to a war waged against them by the business class. In just 12 years in the private sector, from 1935 to 1947, with massive strikes at the core of their strategy, workers made huge breakthroughs that benefited most people and created the concept of the American dream: that your kids will do better than you, along with home ownership for workers and a right to retire and play with those grandkids. The breakthroughs in just those 12 years were as unimaginable then as the idea of rebuilding unions might seem today. Before workers decided to build power through collective action and form the United Auto Workers in 1935, conditions in auto plants essentially weren't different from the abysmal ones in today's average Amazon warehouse. There is abundant academic literature of how bad things were before the auto workers launched the sit-down strikes demanding unions. Situations that pundits and media give fancy labels to today, such as precarity, have long been a feature of American capitalism. It's only if and when workers decide to harness their only real power, coming together in unity as a union, that their lives will improve. One such academic report on conditions in the auto sector pre-unionization states, in the early years of the Depression, auto workers were fortunate to work irregularly, and when they were employed, they were coerced into operating at increasingly fast rates for declining rates of pay. The alternative, suffered by an enormous number of workers, was unemployment with little to no public assistance. Workers who fought to build strong unions turned horrible jobs in the auto factories into the kind of employment that became the backbone of the American dream. Liberals yearn nostalgically for a time when corporate leaders seemed more responsible, for an era when CEOs seemed to understand that employees, the people who make the profits, were considered more important than, if not equal to, the shareholders. Elite thinkers today seem to think the CEOs of the inter- and post-war period actually cared about their workers. The leadership role CEOs once played, like the corporate culture liberals yearned for, was produced by the power of workers on strike. It's workers, through their unions, who played the leadership role. By 1947, just 12 short years into many American workers having the freedom to wage effective strikes, the northern big business elite chose to ally with Jim Crow racists in Congress and pooled their money and power into eviscerating those freedoms, outlawing the most effective strike weapon, the Solidarity Strike, when they passed the Taft-Hartley Act, or the Labor Management Relations Act of 1947. The law is discussed in detail in Chapter 2. Even so, the gains made in just 12 years were so strong that they lasted until the early 1970s, when the employers began a second major offensive, increasing tenfold the number of union-busting firms and weaponizing trade and globalization, taking direct aim at the 56% unionization rate in American factories. For another 40 years, until the 2010 midterm elections, when Scott Walker passed a series of sweeping laws to systematically dismantle public sector unions in Wisconsin, public sector unionization, which also kicked off with a decade of strikes from the late 1960s through the late 1970s, was enough to sustain a decent standard of living for public servants. But we often glance over how public sector unionization helped all workers because, even as workers in the private sector are being hammered overall, union financial contributions in elections continued to help balance the power of corporate wealth. Even though 1978 was the final year that workers, through their unions, matched big business donations in national congressional elections, pro-worker Democrats were still receiving sizable union contributions and winning elections. To the Koch brothers and their ilk, this meant that corporations had to find a strategy that could attack the legal system outlined by states' rights because, unlike private sector unions, public sector unions are governed by state, not federal laws. Those rights are something in which the Kochs and the right wing believe, except when they don't. States' rights is the rhetoric first devised by segregationists in the South in defense of slavery, and it's trotted out whenever convenient, such as in debates about gun rights. But public sector unions are governed by state laws, not a single national law like the one that controls the private sector. Big corporate interest had to hatch a different strategy based on a different power analysis. Thus, the Koch brothers and other billionaires launched a plan to maneuver a union attack in states in which the Koch brothers and the right can't win the kind of slash-and-burn state legislative assault Scott Walker got away with in Wisconsin. A December 2018 article from the Right-Wing Heritage Foundation read, quote, "Assuming that an average union member pays $600 in annual dues or agency fees, public sector unions collect around $3 billion a year from 5 million unionized employees in the 22 states where agency fees were legally permissible. 90% of those employees are located in 11 states: California, Connecticut, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Washington," end quote. And Oregon, Illinois, and other states where public sector unions were strong. Clearly, these billionaires have been scheming to take down today's public sector unions. Taking advantage of the changing Supreme Court, they engineered 3 successive legal cases, each one nibbling at public sector union law, each laying the foundation, case by case, for the coup de grace, the Janus decision in June of 2018. Janus determined that workers in government sector unions can't determine, even by majority vote, that their co-workers shall have to contribute either dues or a lesser fee, called agency fees, to their union, fabricating an argument that contributing to the union constrains free speech, as outlined in the First Amendment. Corporations had to manipulate the process to attack the public sector in similarly clever but different ways from when they set out to destroy the private sector unions. They sought to offshore the most heavily unionized jobs in the 1970s as they increased spending to fight unions workplace by workplace. Today, driven by Silicon Valley, they are weaponizing technology, using AI and robots not only to help rid the country of the remaining unions, but hell, to eliminate the need for workers at all. The conventional narrative about union decline places most blame on globalization and technological changes. These two forces of change are presented as facts of life and are considered somehow neutral, structural, inevitable. But humans, mostly white, wealthy men who can buy their access to decision makers, are behind every decision regarding robots, trade, workers, and unions. And the planet, too. Like the decision made by executives in Silicon Valley icon Apple, who began the assembly of iPhones in factories in China, where most iPhones are still made and where real unions, that's independent unions, are forbidden. A big innovation that's not pictured in Apple's slick, hip, cool ads with people dancing with their iPhones is the suicide net. Yes, in China, in the Foxconn factories where 1 million workers assemble iPhones cheaply so that Apple executives and top shareholders can live like kings, so many distraught workers try to jump to their deaths that the company had to strategically hang nets throughout the plants to prevent suicide. Uber and Lyft can also be dinged with the I-suicide claim. 8 taxicab drivers in New York City killed themselves because their once profitable taxicab medallions are now valued at $200,000, down from $1 million. This kind of despair is the real outcome of the disruptor billionaire party of inequality. There is nothing neutral about suicide nets. There's nothing inevitable about creating a greater climate crisis by offshoring jobs so ships bigger than small towns cross oceans, killing the ecosystem and creating a need for more fuel. There's nothing comforting about creating millions of close-to-slavery working conditions in faraway lands that Americans can't see when they happily upgrade to the latest phone. We don't need robots to care for the aging population. We need the rich to pay their taxes. We need unions to level the power of corporations. As the Parkland youth say, I call bullshit. Chapter 1. Workers can still win big. As a young trade union organizer, one of the first things I had to prove to higher-ups was that I could recite our definition of a union at the drop of a hat. The definition came from Bernie Minter, a rank-and-file worker leader from the union that taught me the most important lessons, not just about unions, but also about how people can win against stiff odds. From its founding in the 1940s until a merger in 1989, the union where I trained and developed my organizing skills was national and independent. It was referred to simply as District 1199, composed of healthcare workers. This, from Bernie Minter's typed notes, is its entire definition. What is a union? A collective effort by all employees who work for an employer to stop the boss from doing what you don't want him to do, discharge, unfair layoff, promotion, speed up, etc., to make the boss do what you want him to do. More pay, vacation, holidays, health coverage, pensions, etc., and to be used in any other way the members see fit. That's it. It's really that simple. Unions had been around as long as the United States, but their popularity skyrocketed in 1935 during the Great Depression. Incidentally, the last time the American billionaire class forced most Americans into a massive crisis. To course correct for bankrupting the American worker, Congress passed the National Labor Relations Act, NLRA, which guaranteed workers the right to collective bargaining, the right to negotiate wages and other terms of employment, and created one national legal framework for unions in the private sector. Under the law, workers were given the right to unionize by holding elections in their workplaces, which were governed by a board called the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB. A union basically functions like a government, whether a town board, a city council, or a rural grange. In the case of a union, however, the primary, but importantly not sole, focus is on worker-related issues. If your workplace is a school or a hospital or any similar institution, however, these same issues are also community issues. Unlike corporations, faith-based institutions, and nonprofits, both governments and unions rely on democratic traditions like open meetings and elections. Some unions do live up to the pejorative labels given to them by corporate media, but most do not. People are flawed, and unions are made up of people, so unions too can be flawed. That said, it's helpful to think of a union as a mechanism. Nothing makes it inherently good or bad, although its internal rules heavily influence its effectiveness. As is also the case with the government, a union can be good or bad based on the rules governing its respective elections, including campaign financing, whether the bargaining unit of the workers is fairly constructed or gerrymandered, and whether the people it represents have open access to decision-making processes. If the governance systems encourage participation by the best and most diverse workers, the union will reflect the best and most diverse workers' values. Conversely, if the organization is a do-nothing union, it will reflect the least good values among the workforce, just like elected politicians and their constituents. Unions often differ based on the culture of the employer and the type of workforce, no different from states, which differ based on the types of people that make up its population. Think Texas versus Massachusetts. Unions, then, are far from monolithic. There is significant variation among the different branches of the same union. That's true worldwide in unions, and they're commonly called locals in the United States and branches in many other countries. Let's take one example and break it down. Local 1107 of the Service Employees International Union. The only international aspect of SEIU is a small number of members in Canada, 125,000 out of 2.1 million, and a few in Puerto Rico. Depending on how particular Puerto Ricans self-identify, this can be suspect, and certainly flows from the movement for Puerto Rican independence. The numbers 1107 mean nothing in particular, or at least nothing relevant. Members simply say, "I'm a member of Local 1107. It leaves outsiders with no idea what union or what workers they are talking about. Local 1107 is the local branch of SEIU in Nevada, and the numbers in its name were picked because someone liked them when playing the card game blackjack. The number could just as well refer to someone's birthday or a winning lotto number. To add to the confusion, one union might have dozens of different locals within the same state. Locals can be as different and varied as the national unions are. Locals generally distinguish either types of workers or specific employers, but again, there's no rule, just guidelines. Many unions will have an entity in between the locals and the national, either a statewide or perhaps multi-state but regional council that unites the various local unions in the same state for political endorsements and statewide lobbying on issues relevant to all the union's members. Some will also have national councils of the same types of workers across their union, in addition to the region-based councils. These councils typically represent the same types of workers, and so they are usually referred to as sectoral councils. Staying with SEIU as an example, it has 3 national councils, one for healthcare, one for building and property-related workers, such as janitors and security guards, and one for public service workers. These councils meet to focus on issues facing workers across those specific industries. Generally, all of these different substructures, locals, regional or statewide, and national councils, elect rank-and-file workers to hold official positions, meaning that there are thousands of elected officials with titles in just about every union. The main commonality that binds all workers and their various substructures is to which union they pay dues, meaning their per-paycheck taxes. Workers in many unions even get to decide how much they'll pay in dues. Though unions and government bodies share mechanisms like representative elections and open deliberative meetings, 2 unique tools make unions very different than a government: collective bargaining and strikes. Collective bargaining is a process through which workers, united through their union, sit down with management and hammer out the terms of their employment at a particular workplace, including pay, benefits, hours, shifts, schedules, promotions, vacation and time off policies, uniform and dress code policies, discipline and appeal procedures, and so much more. Now is a good time to mention that the so much more, along with what and how much workers win in the collective bargaining process, has everything to do with how much power they bring to the negotiations process. If workers can build 90% or greater unity among all themselves, develop a tight mobilization structure, which I'll discuss more in a later chapter, and win over the broader community in which they work and live, they can vote to authorize a strike. A strike is a worker-led action in which all the workers walk off the job, united, with purpose, and shutter production or seriously hamper the employer's ability to get much of anything done, including to make money. So, unions are conduits for worker demands and fairness in the workplace. They are structured and function in much the same way as democratic governmental bodies, and though they might have complicated structures, they are often aligned across specific sectors of the economy. When they work well, unions are the voices of all of the workers in negotiations with management and can leverage worker solidarity to not only prevent management from treating workers poorly, but to force management to create a safer, equitable, and more joyous workplace. To illustrate how unions actually make these changes happen, I've outlined 3 case studies in the remainder of this chapter. Set in the time after Donald Trump took office and before the 2018 midterm elections, each of these case studies highlights a worker who decided enough was enough and brought her fellow workers' brains and power together in order to secure a more democratic and decent workplace. It's telling that each of these examples is pulled from growth sectors in today's economy: healthcare, education, and hospitality, led chiefly by women. These workers are taking on a range of issues both in the workplace and in their communities, and they're winning big and changing lives. Though unions have seen their ups and downs, the 1930s system can still work 90 years later, and these stories are proof. Healthcare. Jamie Rhodes, Pennsylvania. In June 2017, I walk into a nondescript chain restaurant across from the hospital, a place that specializes in breakfast 24 hours a day. Years of spilled pancake syrup gives the table a permanently sticky feeling, and I try in vain to rub off some of the residue on the table. It's the 3 p.m. shift change, and I'm supposed to meet Jamie Rhodes, an interventional radiology tech, IR, at Delaware County Memorial Hospital, Delco in local parlance, in the suburbs of Philadelphia. But because most skilled hospital workers are often late to clock out because they're tending to patient care needs, Jamie and I have a tacit understanding that there's not a fixed time for this meeting. 40 minutes after we were scheduled to meet, just past the cheaply framed poster on the faint yellow walls announcing, "Tuesday, kids eat free," which explains why it's so noisy inside, the door opens, and in walks a bedraggled young blonde woman in well-worn scrubs. Although we'd been in many rooms together in 2016, we'd never had the chance to talk without hundreds of her coworkers around us, or without the pressure to speed through important agenda items in a big meeting. Rhodes smiles and sits down, happy to get off her feet. Rhodes is from a poor family, typical of much of today's swing state, Pennsylvania. She's the second oldest of 5 kids, born and raised in Delaware County, just outside the Philadelphia city limits. Her mother was a homemaker, Rhodes's word, and also worked part-time at a fast food restaurant. Her father couldn't read or write and was a janitor for Sunoco. When she was a girl, her father was laid off for a time. She remembers when they really had no money at all. It was from this period, she can't remember how long it actually lasted because she was so young, that she clearly recalls a thought: when I get older, I have to get a job where I can make money to support a family. She's 34 years old with a husband and 2 kids. She's earned every penny in her working life at Delco, a career that began when she was 17 as part of a high school job training program through which the company paid her to help with administrative tasks, like filing and filling out paperwork. Throughout her senior year, she wasn't fretting about SAT scores or college admissions. Every day, she went from school directly to the hospital. Before she graduated from high school, the human resources director at the hospital gave her some advice. She could earn more money faster if she went to the local community college, Delaware County Community College, for a 2-year associate's degree in one of the medical technical fields. The message was clear. Forget about the idea of spending 4 years obtaining a well-rounded education at a liberal arts college, despite the numerous great universities all around Philadelphia. There was no way she could afford to attend those schools, and after her childhood experience of watching her father get laid off, there was no way she'd take on the kind of debt to make it possible. Plus, the hospital human resources director turned guidance counselor explained that Rhodes could continue working while she pursued a technical degree, a degree that would allow her to move into a job that would pay her considerably more in just 2 years. Rhodes took that advice, kept working, earned a 2-year IR degree, and finally went full-time at Delco. She married young and had 2 kids, Nicholas and Brian. Life was full by her early 20s. Rhodes describes it in ways familiar to many working parents today, saying, "With each kid in a different school, plus my husband and I working, it keeps us really busy." A few years into her new life as an IR tech, she first heard about the union when a catheter lab tech returned from a nurses' meeting about starting one. Cath lab techs, like all healthcare workers, are people you hope are well taken care of by their employer, since your life depends on their ability and alertness as they maneuver tiny, complex instruments into and around the heart. Spoiler alert, they aren't well taken care of. The cath lab tech crashed the nurses' meeting and asked them whether the techs could join too. When the nurse leading the meeting said they could, Rhodes says, "We all thought, heck, if the nurses can do this, we can too." She had no idea how much time "we can too" was about to occupy in a life that didn't have 1 extra minute to spare. Word about the union made the rounds at the hospital. The next thing Rhodes knew, one supervisor cautioned, "The union is only for the nurses. They won't look out for you." And the next day, the same person suddenly handed us all raises. Looking back on that moment, Rhodes laughs. The next few months were a whirlwind. Workers received sporadic raises, which were often followed by threats to cut hours or fire workers. Rhodes often thought that they'd lose. As the effort to unionize rolled out, she also needed to attend many meetings, something she couldn't have predicted because she'd never heard about unions or understood how they worked. There were several per week, some long and some short. Rumors that a for-profit venture capital firm known for making pet food and blue jeans rather than caring for patients wanted to buy Delco, which was a locally run community hospital, were giving the campaign a fierce sense of urgency. By the day of the union election, on February 19th, 2016, a day Rhodes will never forget, she was petrified. She had signed up to serve as a witness for the union during the last voting shift during the NLRB election, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. "I wanted to see who was coming in and to know who didn't make it to vote," Rhodes says, "and there were a lot of people I didn't know." At precisely 8 p.m., the voting closed. The government staff who work NLRB elections have always been instructed to be meticulous in every part of the process. This is because more often than not, when workers attempt to form unions, especially if the workers win, the union-busting consultants, whom I'll discuss in greater detail in the next chapter, will almost invariably urge the employer to fabricate a claim of misconduct and kick off a legal proceeding designed to examine, and so delay, every second of the process. Additionally, the law dictates that representatives from management and the union serve as official legal observers of every count. As soon as the officials closed everything, our union organizer came over to say, "Okay, Jamie, you need to be the union observer for the count." And I wasn't sure what that meant, Rhodes recalls. But within minutes, I was sitting with the government agents and the hospital managers and examining each ballot as the officials counted yes, no, and contested votes. They read each one out loud. By then, a dozen or so union supporters had come into the room, and everyone was tallying the yeses and nos as the count proceeded. As soon as we reached the exact number when we knew we won, I felt like I was at my wedding, Rhodes says. I remember that at my wedding, I had a mysterious, sudden, nervous quiver. My lips quivered and I couldn't stop it. I had never had it before. I wanted it so passionately, my wedding. I had been in love with my husband for 10 years, and we were finally getting married. And at that union election vote count, I had a quiver in my lips. There's only 2 times in my life that happened, when we won the union and during my wedding. Not everyone gets that chance. As soon as they won their union election, Rhodes and her coworkers began phase 2 of forming a union: negotiations. This involves finding out what everyone wants in their first union contract, drawing up proposals that reflect top priorities, ratifying the proposals, electing the workers who will represent them, and starting negotiations with management. Good union contracts reflect the workforce and are tailored to whatever the workers themselves want, provided they can muster the power required to win those demands. But it takes a lot of personal and professional time and effort to get to that point. The Delco workers were several months into their contract talks when, Rhodes says, my husband began freaking out, complaining about how much time I was spending on negotiations and all my union work. I'd go out to a meeting, and when I was at the door, he'd say, "We have young kids, and you need to be a mom." Every time he used those words, it hurt. But I'd explain, I really have to go, and leave him with the boys. Unlike the lightning-fast election process, the negotiations dragged on, with even more drag than usual because the owners of Petco and Lucky Brand Jeans, Prospect Holdings, purchased the longtime community hospital shortly after the election. That's right. Suddenly decisions about patient care would be dictated by people who pored over quarterly numbers of whether sales of dry kibble versus wet food or skinny jeans versus bell-bottoms made more money, and for whom the bottom line, and not how quickly your aunt is recovering from a heart attack or cancer, is paramount. The sale of the hospital interrupted the negotiations, and management continued to trip up the collective bargaining process with well-known tactics such as canceling pre-agreed meeting dates at the last minute or making itself unavailable for long periods of time. After 1 year of more than 24 negotiation sessions, and after swing state Pennsylvania voted for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton, Rhodes knew. I knew we had to have a strike because the other side wasn't moving. I had to just hope my coworkers would trust me and support me when I said we have to go on strike. Rhodes had been elected by her peers to serve on the union negotiations team. She was sure management didn't think the workers would, or could, really pull off a strike. It's a rare moment when bosses' unacceptably low expectations of their workers actually help the working class. The workers voted overwhelmingly to hold a 2-day strike, understanding full well that their pet food-making bosses at Prospect would likely lock them out for an additional 3 days, making it a 1-week work stoppage with no pay. They knew this because hospital employers routinely lock their workers out. They literally prevent them from clocking in once there's a strike. In the employers' minds, this is a way to punish workers. The spin doctors in the healthcare industry say this is because, unlike a factory or a school, the facility doesn't close when workers vote to strike in a healthcare setting. Patients still need care. Healthcare employers use the excuse that the agencies that specialize in recruiting scab labor, strikebreaker workers, usually hired from southern states, require them to sign contracts that schedule this replacement labor for a minimum of 5 days. The scab agencies say it's worth it only if they can charge for at least 5 days because they have to pay strikebreakers top dollar, often twice as much as the regular staff. Put them in premium hotels, give them equally premium meal per diems, fly them last minute, and generally spend a ton of money, all to defeat mostly women workers demanding an end to income inequality and fighting for fair work rules. Since 1974, when healthcare workers were added to the list of workers covered under the National Labor Relations Act, which I'll discuss more in a later chapter, these workers have to legally give 10 days' notice before they strike to allow the hospital to schedule replacement workers. One of the purposes of this 10-day period is to force the negotiating parties to come to an agreement while the clock is ticking. It would be cheaper, and way better for the patients, of course, for management to decide to respect the people doing the work and just settle a contract with the hospital workers. Just like it'd be cheaper if the United States had a single-payer healthcare system. Both options fly in the face of a few people at the top making a lot of money. By the time of the Delco strike, which began March 6, 2017, workers decided that they wouldn't picket overnight because they wanted patients to sleep. Instead, they'd raise hell from morning to evening, and everyone had to sign up for 4-hour picketing shifts. Rhodes signed up for the first 4-hour shift, which began at 6 a.m. on a Monday. She quickly found she didn't want to ever leave the picket line, in which, despite rain and cold, the workers were building the kind of unbreakable solidarity that terrifies employers. Keep in mind that these are workers who generally don't have time for bathroom breaks, let alone getting to know their coworkers from other parts of the same facility. Rhodes says, "My husband called to ask, 'You did your 4 hours. Why are you still there?' And I said, 'I want to be here. I need to be here.' But I started to worry if all this went on much longer, he'd divorce me." But it felt awesome to walk around the hospital, picketing and take ownership of it and be like, "This is our hospital." A lot of times I'd be looking at my Fitbit and realize I got way more steps than on a normal day. By the second day, she persuaded her husband and the kids to join her. Her sons cobbled together some picket signs that read, "Jamie's our mom and she deserves more." The strike line stretched the length of half a football field, a suburban block. 100% of the nurses were out on the line, and of the techs like Rhodes, only 7 workers ever crossed the picket line, meaning that they worked when everyone else was outside picketing. 7 people from the lab who apparently received extra sweet raises. Anyone who has ever been on strike before, and plenty of hospital workers in Rhodes' new union had, understood that the dynamic on a picket line is crucial. And so union organizers brought big speakers and made song lists, more like dance mixes, selected by the workers in the days leading up to the walkout. People who were total strangers, often from the neighborhood, were coming to the line each day, picking up signs and marching with the workers. Folks were playing games like mannequin on the line. When the line stopped dancing, everyone would freeze and pose and make crazy faces, and someone would take photos so they could later vote on who had the best pose. Then they'd start again. The nuns in the Catholic church adjacent to the hospital opened their doors for the workers and often their kids to use the restrooms throughout the day. Management, who had set up a viewing station safe from the weather behind the glass on the second floor, constantly watched every interaction and asked the nuns to stop letting the strikers use the church. When the nuns explained they supported the workers, the story went viral on the picket line. Workers from other unionized hospitals showed up with barbecue grills to cook and serve food. Passing cars and trucks were blaring their horns, disturbing the quiet of the neighborhood. The workers were impossible to ignore. 5 days and a public relations disaster for management later, negotiations were back on. Only this time, it was clear the employer decided to get a contract over with quickly to avoid any more bad news coverage. By early April, despite the behemoth out-of-state multinational corporation the workers were fighting, the strike produced the level of worker power needed to win their first contract. At the sticky diner table, as I listened to Rhodes finish her story, the sounds of the even more crowded restaurant were magically drowned out by the intensity of her smile and stare. "We got what we wanted. We got management to listen," she tells me. "We got what we needed, a union contract, and I got a $15,000 annual raise in the first year alone. It's so interesting now. Those in charge actually listened to us, which they never did before. We never had labor management meetings, and now we do. We could never discuss when things were unsafe. Now we do. My manager never used to get back to me about anything, but now she responds right away. Not only that, but she seeks out my opinion because she knows I know more about what's happening on the floors than she does. Even now, I find myself at home in the kitchen, and the chants from that strike are stuck in my head. I am still trying to get used to it all." When I asked how things are with her husband, Rhodes told me with relief. He felt so much better about it all once I got the raise. Not every worker can take on a multinational, vulture capital firm and succeed, but skilled hospital workers can, and in this case did, using the same grit and determination they use when they save patients' lives. There are nearly 5.95 million hospital workers in the United States, and 5.6 million don't yet have a union. If you add in nursing homes, not including home care, there's another 1.6 million, and 1.29 million are non-union. Unless the baby boomers relocate to China, these jobs aren't moving. This is an incredibly powerful bloc. Education. Wendy Peters, West Virginia. It was early evening on Tuesday, February 27th, 2018, when Wendy Peters answered her cell phone. The distinctly poor quality of voice via Bluetooth in the car didn't disguise her thick Southern accent, her exhaustion, or her exhilaration. When I asked her where she was and if she was able to talk, Peters replied that she was 30 minutes from the site of the Battle of Blair Mountain, a 1921 strike that became the country's largest armed conflict since the end of the Civil War. 100 workers were killed when over 1 million rounds of ammunition were unleashed against the strikers over several days by private mercenaries hired by the coal companies. The symbolism wasn't lost on either of us. Wendy Peters is a 5th grade teacher at Daniels Elementary School in Raleigh County, West Virginia. She grew up in the coal fields of McDowell County, an area with the distinction in 2016 of ranking 6th out of 3,007 counties nationwide when the category is poorest household family income, $24,707. Peters had told me this level of poverty is exactly what the big coal companies have always left behind after taking everything they wanted out of our communities. Her father works for the Mine Safety and Health Administration, MSHA. Her grandfather on her mother's side was a quiet man, proud and a fiercely loyal member of the United Mine Workers of America, UMWA. Peters will quickly tell you that the only reason her family had health care when she was growing up was the union. Continuing the tradition of men and the mines, her older brother Dennis is a coal miner. Her mother is, in Peters' words, a great teacher who went on to be an elementary school principal. Seeking to escape the destiny of doing the same type of job her mother and many women of a certain era did, Peters earned a degree in travel administration. But no sooner had she completed her studies than she realized, I always loved school and education. Loved it, she says. I don't know what I was thinking, trying to avoid it, because I understand my teaching as a kind of calling, as something I have to do. So it didn't take long to drop tourism and get directly to teaching. I honestly can't imagine doing anything else. Peters is 40 years old and has been teaching for 16 years. Making her a little too young for the last time teachers in West Virginia did what she had just done: walk out of every school in the state, demanding that all kids have a right to a high-quality education and the educators have a right to a decent life. However, when the teachers went on strike in 1990, there wasn't 100% participation. It wasn't a statewide walkout, nor had the schools actually closed because the service personnel hadn't walked out with them. That means school buses picked up kids, cafeteria workers cooked food, and administrators spent long days not teaching, but keeping all the kids in strike schools in the gym, playing kickball and such, because there were too many kids of too varying ages to try to teach. The 1990 strike ended with a whimper, as legal injunctions mandated that the teachers return to work. For Wendy Peters, the stakes in the 2018 strike were clear. She said, I have a 5-year-old, Matthew. When he's in middle school or high school, I want him to have a good education. This is about whether he will have a qualified teacher. Ultimately, the strike is about the idea of a good education being the great equalizer. As a teacher myself, I will always advocate for my own child, but there are many kids who have no one to advocate for them. We can be that voice. Advocating for kids is precisely the reason Peters had become the locally elected chapter leader of the Raleigh County Education Association, her county's branch of the statewide West Virginia Education Association, one of 2 teachers' unions in a state so hostile to organized labor, it routinely gunned down coal miners for taking the kind of strong stand she suddenly found herself leading. Automation of the mines has long since gutted the industry of its workers and hobbled the once mighty UMWA. By the time the granddaughters of the workers in struggles like Blair Mountain walked off the job in all 55 counties in West Virginia, education was the leading employer in 30 counties and the second largest employer in the next 20. This makes the teachers, 75% of whom are women, the most strategic workforce today when it comes to wrestling with the power structure still controlled by the fossil fuel industry and still acting like the entire state is a one-way piggy bank, taking everything out and leaving nothing for the residents. As is almost always the case, the media that actually did cover the story spun the strike about money for the workers. The propaganda war against unions has long portrayed them as greedy and purely self-interested. But better pay was only one part of what the teachers were fighting for. Wages and health benefits are almost a distraction, she says. They were important, but there were 5 major stances we took before walking out. One issue that was most important to her was legislation to expand charter schools. Devised by right-wing think tanks like ALEC, the American Legislative Exchange Council, it was a particularly noxious scheme in which the state would create cash value vouchers that could be used to fund homeschooling. In a state of fairly dire poverty, it's not hard to imagine that if parents could suddenly get money to homeschool a kid, many children wouldn't be left in public schools. The second most important issue that drove Peters to the picket lines would have eliminated seniority, one of the few ways that schools retained good teachers. The legislative bills advancing each proposal were quickly working their way through the lawmaking process. For at least 20 years, well-funded operations backed by corporate billionaires have pushed for the end, literally, of brick-and-mortar schools by any means necessary. They've also tried to make seniority the cause of school failure, rather than, say, the steady withdrawal of public school funding, which has accompanied the great transfer of wealth from the working class to the 1%. According to Peters, I have a master's degree and years of being a good teacher. I am highly qualified, and their bill on seniority would have let them replace me with someone way less expensive, unqualified, and incapable of actually giving a good education to our kids. Seniority done well has everything to do with quality education because it keeps skilled educators in the classroom. The third of the 5 issues was a basic worker rights issue. It was a piece of legislation cynically dubbed paycheck protection that was drummed up by the billionaires' lobby and was snaking its way through states like West Virginia, where Republicans were in control of all 3 branches of government. This attack on workers' freedoms was also the brainchild of ALEC and aimed to weaken unions by taking away workers' choice to deduct union dues through the payroll system. Even though workers could still use payroll deductions to, say, choose to donate to charities like the United Way via the employer payroll system, the proposed law would prevent them from doing the same for union dues. And on top of that, they hadn't gotten a raise in 8 years, meaning the mostly male legislators refused to give them any money, but at the same time wanted to control what the mostly women educators could choose to do with a measly paycheck. West Virginia in 2018 was already a right-to-work state, where workers have no right to collective bargaining, where union membership is voluntary, and where the entire apparatus of the state is aimed at preventing exactly what wound up happening, an explosion of worker power. To Peters and other raise-denied workers listening to the conservative legislators testifying in hearings about controlling what they could and could not do with their own paycheck, this piece of legislation was a pure, unmitigated insult to their intelligence. The final 2 issues of the strike were financial, the rising cost of health insurance coupled with 8 years with no raise. The proposals for their health care went beyond merely raising the employee's share of the cost. The health insurance plan changes for 2018 also included a provision called Go 365, a phone app that required workers to wear devices like a Fitbit to transmit their personal data to offset some of the proposed copay increases. It was a complete, total invasion of our privacy, Peters pointed out. In addition, the health insurance would have been using a new calculation that based the charges on total family income, not the individual employees. By adding my husband, I was facing a $200 a month increase, Peters says. So when the governor offered a 1% pay raise in January, people had had enough. When I was on the phone talking with Wendy as she drove home, it was Tuesday, February 27th, and it was the fourth day of a strike with 34,000 employees out. The strike shut down every school in the state. A steady stream of 10,000 people a day protested in the state capitol while others staffed picket lines around their schools. The parents of 279,899 kids simultaneously supported the strikers and scrambled to find places for their kids to stay. That day, West Virginia Governor Jim Justice sat down and hammered out an agreement with the executives of the unions. By mid-afternoon, the news media reported the strike was over, and this was the reason for my cold call to Wendy Peters. It was a huge victory. The proposed contract included a publicly declared commitment by the governor to veto all the anti-union legislation and a 5% raise for all the education workers, not just the 20,000 teachers, but also the 14,000 service personnel who had never won what the teachers won until deciding to go on strike with them. There was a freeze on the proposed premium and copay increases in the plan for at least one full year, a reversal on the Invade Employees Privacy Act requirement, and the creation of a task force on health care that guaranteed organized labor seats at the table. Each of the three striking unions would get to appoint a member. It was a breathtaking win by any standards, not just the ones in conservative West Virginia. According to Peters, who had been standing on the steps of the state capitol listening to the details of the offer from the governor, we won on all 5 stances, everything, which is pretty incredible. She got in her car and started driving home. But it wasn't over yet. Within hours of the proposed settlement being announced, the right-wing members of the West Virginia legislature set out to upend the agreement. Governor Justice is a coal baron. According to media reports, he's the wealthiest individual in West Virginia. He ran for office in 2016 as a Democrat and won, but later switched parties and became a Republican after Trump took office. This meant exactly no one trusted the governor. Not the unions, who had all endorsed him as a Democrat, nor the Senate leadership, the most ideologically right-wing body in the state. As Peters was triumphantly driving home, the Senate President, Mitch Carmichael, announced on the radio that the Senate didn't plan to approve the settlement. West Virginia radio station WSAZ reported that Senate President Mitch Carmichael speculated that as many as 22 Republicans in the 34-member Senate will oppose Governor Justice's plan. Wednesday was supposed to be a cooling-off day, with everyone getting ready to return to their classrooms on Thursday, March 1st. Instead of a cooling off, rolling strike votes began spreading across the state. Within hours, in all 55 counties, workers voted to defy their leaders and continue the strike until both the House and the Senate voted on the settlement and it was signed into law by the governor. Given the comments from the Senate president, that choice to strike was nothing shy of brilliant. True to their word, the state Senate voted down the deal. For the next 7 days, 5 of which were school days, the right-wing legislators held up the deal, playing divide-and-conquer games, voting to give teachers more and the other personnel less, and then voting to add state police to the 5% raise, but keeping everyone else at 3%. At every turn, Peters and her coworkers stood their ground, saying there would be no schools opening in West Virginia until the Senate approved the deal the governor offered. Every day, the strikers held firm and fought hard, surrounding the Capitol and holding hands, taking turns going inside the Capitol to chant and protest and prevent legislators from getting anything done. On March 6, 2018, the right-wing Senate folded. Not only did they cave, but because they had initially started adding workers such as state police into the mix as a way to foment division between other workers, and basically to spite the education strikers, the educators wound up lifting every West Virginian state employee to a 5% raise, not only the education workers. That's right, the educators got the state police, roads workers, and everyone else on the state payroll a raise those workers could not have won because they did not strike. They achieved this in a right-to-work state entirely controlled by Republicans in all 3 branches of government. They understood that to win, To not go down in the record books as another huge defeat, they had to stay on strike and escalate the crisis. Remarkably, 1 year later, in March 2019, the West Virginia legislature launched a stealth attack on the teachers and tried to push through their Republican school privatization bill again. The same cabal of right-wing state senators introduced a version of the voucher bill and were steering it as fast as they legally could to passage, assuming that they could move faster than the time it would take for the 34,000 educators to prepare to strike. The Senate took up the voucher bill on a Monday, discharged it out of committee, and voted to approve it in the full Senate, sending it to the House for a vote the next day. But within hours, by that same Monday evening, the workers called for a strike the next morning. As proof that strikes are like a muscle, the more workers use them, the stronger they get, the educators didn't flinch. And on Tuesday, February 19, 2019, a massive strike shut down schools in all 55 counties. Like the year before, even when given an assurance that they won, that the House wouldn't take up the bill, the educators remained in the state capitol for a second day to be sure they had ironclad agreements with elected leaders that the school privatization bill was dead. The nearly 2 weeks walking the picket lines less than 1 year earlier resulted in a deafening victory through a strike for a second year in a row. This time, the media couldn't get confused that the strike had one purpose: saving public education and opening up a future for the youth of West Virginia. There was no other issue but a Koch brothers-backed scheme to eliminate public schools. Mostly women educators defeated billionaires again. That's the power of an all-out strike. Hospitality. Irma Perez, California. It's October 20, 2018, and it's louder than an orchestra or rock concert on the 2200 block of Broadway in downtown Oakland, California. Irma Perez is working her bullhorn like a trumpet virtuoso. She's standing in the middle of hundreds of people who've made plastic buckets into drums, their hands holding perfect rhythm as they harmonize their chant. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Marriott has got to go. She has a kind of energy that can motivate everyone on the picket line for days on end, dancing as she's chanting to remind the workers and their supporters that they are fighting for a better life, for the freedom from having to work 2 full-time jobs. Every picket sign has the strike slogan and the workers' demand: one job should be enough. Perez was born and raised in Guanajuato, Mexico. She's a mother of 3. Her daughter, Carolina, is 30 years old. Her second child, Abraham, is 28. David is the youngest. He's 26. But Perez was so youthful that you'd never guess that she's 52. I sat down with her in a cafe a block away from the picket line at the Oakland Marriott. With a deep smile, she reached for her phone to show me pictures of her children and started talking about her 4 grandchildren. 2 live in Mexico, and 2 live near her in the East Bay in California. Near her changed recently because Perez, like so many other workers, lost the first house she owned during the housing crisis brought on by the unregulated financial industry in 2008. She was forced out of a nice neighborhood in Berkeley and now lives with her brother, sister-in-law, and their 2 kids near the towering Oakland Coliseum, where schools, access to public transit, and all available services drop precipitously in quality. Perez's day job is at the Marriott-owned Courtyard Hotel in Oakland. She's been working there for 17 years. Because she's such a natural leader among her peers, her union, Unite Here, the primary hotel and hospitality workers union in the United States, leveraged a provision they had negotiated for in their previous collective bargaining, one that generally takes substantial worker power to win in a union contract, known as union leave. This type of leave provision allows unions to bring people like Perez to work with the union for a specified period, generally with the union reimbursing the employer so the worker will stay on the company payroll, accruing seniority and hours towards their benefits, especially retirement, but having a chance to develop their leadership capacity by doing hands-on, full-time union activities. Perez has been serving as the lead union spokesperson for a campaign launched by her and her coworkers to win safeguards from sexual harassment. The campaign she's working on, a collaboration between her union, Unite Here, and a local community-based organization, the East Bay Alliance for a Sustainable Economy, eBase, secured enough signatures to get a ballot initiative. In California and in some other states, a ballot initiative is a law that residents petition to place on the ballot, qualified for the November 6, 2018 election in the city of Oakland. The initiative, known as Measure Z, is part of a broader campaign run by her national union called Hands Off, Pants On, or HOPO. I think we have to put a face on the abuse that we deal with, Perez explains. There is a lot of abuse of women who clean hotel rooms. We want people to understand what is behind the scenes when they walk into their hotel room and they see it all clean, pretty, and perfumed. Behind that, there is something hidden, which is the sexual harassment of the workers who make the room so nice for the guests. The numbers are shocking. More than half the hotel employees in her city, and all cities surveyed, experience sexual harassment routinely. Long before the Harvey Weinstein hotel scandal put the wind in the sails of the Me Too movement, the Hotel Workers Union was tackling sexual harassment in the workplace. In a 12-page, detailed report dated July 2016, titled simply, Hands Off, Pants On, Sexual Harassment in Chicago's Hospitality Industry, Unite Here documented that 49% of housekeepers report having experienced men exposing themselves, and 58% of hotel workers and 77% of casino workers report having been sexually harassed by a guest. As a result, women hotel workers who were union members worked with their union to come up with solutions to the crisis of sexual harassment of hotel workers. In their biggest victory, in the nation's third-largest city, Chicago, the union won a new citywide ordinance in 2017 mandating that every city hotel provide hotel workers a GPS-connected emergency, or panic, button that they could wear on their uniforms. By the time Perez and her colleagues in Oakland began to demand the same law, but to be placed on a 2018 ballot as a voter initiative called Measure Z, they wanted even more than their mostly women colleagues had achieved in Chicago. The creation of a registry of hotel guests who sexually harass workers in order to ban offending customers from making reservations, and thereby hopefully shaming those offenders by refusing them a room. Measure Z would also create a new city department with whom hotel employees can file complaints and from whom they can expect enforcement when hotel operators aren't listening or following the law. This is smart legislating, as many laws that are passed don't have any enforcement mechanism. But the Hotel Workers Union has learned how to bolster the implementation of each law they've won. The harassment is very common. You even start to see it as normal because it's happening all the time, Perez says. You're always seeing men who are naked or masturbating when you come in to clean the rooms. It happens in hotels every single day. When we complain to management, they don't do anything. The managers are men, and they usually just laugh. They'll tell us, "Don't worry about it. Nothing will happen. Go get one of your coworkers and have her come into the room with you to finish cleaning." They always tell us that the guest comes first. But workers get penalized by management for failing to meet their grueling per-shift room cleaning quota. In non-union hotels, the mostly women of color workers are expected to clean, on average, 30 rooms per shift. In a union hotel with a good contract, the maximum allowable is 15. The idea that one hotel worker who feels threatened by an aggressive guest is going to go find another coworker and ask her to stop cleaning her room and miss her quota so she can chaperone is ludicrous. Perez is proud that her union is leading a campaign that will help union and non-union hotel workers alike. Since I have a union and a contract, we have some standards already, and the boss has to respect them, she says. But there are lots of hotels that don't have any standards. And the saddest part about this is that the bosses will make them go and punch out and then finish doing their work so that they don't get paid. On the picket line, Perez is also fighting to save her high-quality, low-cost health insurance plan, for which the largest chain in the world, an uber-profitable Marriott hotel company, wants to make the workers pay considerably more each month. To Perez, these two fights, against sexual harassment and for the right to good health care are two sides of the same coin. This strike is important because, first of all, it is historic, she says. In the past, the company has negotiated with us in good faith, but this time they refuse to. So we have been forced to go on strike in what is Marriott's first strike ever. We are very strong right now. At this hotel, only 3 union members crossed the picket line. Supermajority participation strikes work. Perez and her colleagues won their fight against Marriott and ratified their new contract on November 2nd, 2018. 4 days later, Perez won again when voters in Oakland overwhelmingly passed the union-backed hotel worker safety law, 76.29% yes to 22.71% no. Apparently, ordinary Americans are more sympathetic to mostly female housekeepers walking empty hotel hallways and entering hotel rooms alone than the mostly male hotel managers. The hands-off, pants-on campaign began before the Weinstein scandal and continues today, moving to new cities and new states. To date, Perez's national union, Unite Here, has passed versions of these laws protecting workers in Chicago, Seattle, Oakland, and Long Beach, California. I can tell these 3 stories about 3 women in 3 distinct states, spanning 3 industries, all relying on the same mechanisms, strikes and the unions behind them, to make huge gains in 2017 and 2018 because of a law written in 1935. The strike, and the unions behind the strike, remains the most effective path to economic, and therefore political, freedom for the working and middle classes. In addition to the wins I've already listed, the 3 unions in the case studies here have secured the right to affordable, high-quality health care, equitable pay policies that eliminate gender and racial disparities and favoritism, the right to keep control of your own schedule, improvements in safety on the job for the workers as well as the patients, students, or guests, effective tools to combat sexual harassment, advances in paid time off, whether to have and get to love a baby, to take vacation, or get sick and avoid getting everyone else sick by going to work. Part of what makes unions and collective bargaining so effective is that workers themselves pull up to the negotiation table to decide how to redistribute the profits they make for others and design rules that actually solve their immediate problems. No other mechanisms engage the ingenuity of workers themselves. There's something else that is fundamental to and instructive about these stories. Something bigger and more important than any one issue. In order to unionize and win big, workers need to build and rebuild deep solidarity. People can choose their friends, but they can't choose their comrades. Strikes and good union campaigns to win big on issues are the best political education because they unite all kinds of different people, encouraging and enabling people to get beyond the self-segregation and prejudices people hold about one another and that anti-social media reinforce. In unions, most workers decide to vote to unionize not because someone tells them to. That's never worked. No. They vote because the experience of a well-executed union campaign helps workers understand, on their own, that their employer's effect on their lives goes beyond assigning them to an overtime shift and preventing them from getting time with their family, that their employer is part of a bigger system that is contributing to the failure of their kids' schools, the rollback of anti-pollution and anti-gentrification laws, the gross inequities of the tax system, and more. It's no accident that the states, cities, and counties with the strongest union presence have consistently voted in favor of progressive policies. This is the crucial reason the corporate right wing has been relentlessly attacking unions. A well-unionized worker is a woke worker, and woke workers can change the direction of this country. Chapter 2. Who killed the unions? The enemy was the collective spirit, I got a hold of that spirit, and while it was a seedling, I poisoned it, choked it, bludgeoned it if I had to, anything to be sure it would never blossom into a united workforce. Likewise, as the consultants go about the business of destroying unions, they invade people's lives, demolish their friendships, crush their will, and shatter families. Martin J. Levitt, Confessions of a Union Buster. By many measures, the national political stage over the past 15 years, culminating in the 2016 and 2018 elections, has showcased a flagrant disregard for democracy. A brief survey of the brash, out in the open, unapologetic, outrageous, take-no-prisoners behavior of Republican operatives includes former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker dismembering worker rights weeks into his first term in 2011 through his final days in office in 2019, when he changed state laws to hamstring and weaken the power of the incoming Democratic governor. The recently minted Governor Brian Kemp's handling of his own seriously tainted election in Georgia in 2018, the spring 2019 actions of the Florida legislature and new governor, who himself might not have won had the Florida election been free and fair, to thwart the Citizen Ballot Initiative passed with a 2-to-1 approval in November of 2018, and that was intended to re-enfranchise 1.4 million African American voters by 2020, and the explicit efforts by current or former high-level presidential administration players such as Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon to gin up resentment between different sections of the American public. Donald Trump himself has stated that he won the election through a combination of targeted voter suppression and dividing the working class. The power of unions has nosedived over the past 40 years because workers in the United States have been regularly subjected to precisely the kind of polarizing political processes America experienced in 2016. By the time I became a union organizer in 1997, there were two sets of players that American workers routinely faced if they tried to form a union. The official union-busting consultants, whose specialty is just what it sounds like, and the legions of law firms or big divisions within even bigger firms, which try hard to distinguish themselves from the union busters but do similar work. They call themselves union avoidance firms, and the difference between union busters and union avoidance lawyers is the same as between the Ku Klux Klan and the White Citizens Councils. You could say that Republicans have taken a page out of the union busters' playbooks. Long before Donald Trump entered the presidential race, employers have been weaponizing many key elements of his campaign strategy against workers who attempt to unionize. I can count as high as exactly 0 the number of NLRB elections I've been involved in where the hired union busters didn't stoke racial and/or ethnic divisions early, often, and throughout the campaign. Where gerrymandering hasn't been routine, entire units of workers carved out of the list just before the NLRB election, and when voter suppression hasn't been a central part of their strategy. The primary reason for the decline of unions and the standard of living of most Americans rests with the extensive union-busting industry that is almost entirely unregulated, absolutely vicious, and unique to the United States. Before diving into a granular discussion of what union busters do, however, it's important to understand why the billionaire class developed an entire sector called the union avoidance industry. Just as any honest history of the United States begins with genocide against its indigenous people, the real history of what became contemporary union busting starts with slavery. Both slavery and union busting are uniquely American in violence, in virulence, and in their existence as fully legally sanctioned. It's indisputable that from the time of colonization up to the Civil War, the largest workforces in the United States were slaves. They had no rights, no wages, and lived under an official regime of terror. It's equally indisputable that corporations' efforts to divide the working class by using race, class, and sex as a cudgel isn't just a bygone of our history, nor is effective voter suppression in union or civic elections. Rather, these tactics remain the core strategy for the ultra-wealthy. Although this country's history is one of intense worker oppression, the formalization of the union avoidance industry took place when inequality was easing and when American workers were making real gains. What was happening when giant corporations decided they needed an army of private special forces whose sole purpose was undoing the core human traits of compassion, solidarity, and collective action by way of psychological and physical warfare? The American dream is born. In October 1929, the stock market crash announced the beginning of the worldwide Great Depression. During the Depression, 1 out of every 4 people who wanted work was unemployed in the United States. In some other countries, it was 1 in 3. Socialist movements around the world had been in existence for decades, and they grew stronger as the Depression discredited the capitalist system. The Soviet Union was building its industrial economy during the Depression. To millions of people, it looked as if it was succeeding, whereas capitalism was failing. The Soviet Union also gave rhetorical and even material support to communist parties worldwide that were organizing workers to end the private ownership of the economy altogether. In socialism, the employer class saw a threat to its property, and many of its constituents resorted to even greater violence to stop the threat. In Germany, big business funded Hitler's rise to power in 1933 because they saw him as the only way to protect themselves from Russian communism. Employers in the United States were not an exception to this trend. Many, like General Motors, Goodyear Tire, and Ford, hired thugs and stockpiled guns and other munitions left over from World War I. But another faction of employers, consisting mainly of small business and corporate leaders with Catholic or Jewish backgrounds, as well as major retail beverage companies, saw a different way to save capitalism. They would support policies that would improve workers' conditions and agree to a new legal framework that would contain the employer's violence, which threatened to destabilize society. This faction of employers supported the successful 1932 presidential campaign of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, despite the opposition of other employers who hated him, even before the emergence of his New Deal policies, because they were fine with the brute force repression strategy. In the 20th century, prior to FDR's election, there was one main national labor federation, the American Federation of Labor. The AFL unions, most of them founded in the latter part of the 1800s, focused nearly exclusively on unionizing only skilled workers, even in factory settings. The obvious weakness of their approach was that most workers were considered unskilled. The unskilled workers were Black, brown, immigrants, and women, and by avoiding organizing them, the AFL was also avoiding drawing the added ire of racist employers. Even though their growth was stultified by their focus on highly skilled workers, this blind spot in their strategy was masked by the mobilization of the U.S. workforce for World War I, which created exceptionally tight labor markets. A special war labor board was established that temporarily mitigated virulent employer opposition to unions in exchange for wartime labor peace, meaning workers wouldn't strike or protest as long as management gave them what they wanted in terms of wages and benefits. Outside the World War I wartime increase in unionization rates, the only unions that were making progress were those whose workers were considered moderately skilled, such as bakers, brewers, cigar makers, seamstresses, and other women in the needle trades. To win, they helped build and relied on a strong pro-union consumer movement that used consumer boycotts of products lacking a union label to back their demands. In the first several years after Roosevelt was sworn into office in 1933, he faced not only marches and other unrest among the unemployed, but also strikes by millions of workers who still had jobs. Longshoremen closing West Coast ports, a general strike in Seattle, a strike in Minneapolis by transport workers that was close to a general strike, a massive strike in Ohio, and a textile strike in North Carolina, to name only a few. Workers were sick and tired of watching their employers' profits increasing while they and their families were suffering mightily. The strikes were creating a crisis for employers and government alike. The result was sweeping pro-working class change. In 1935, in a span of just 3 months, Franklin D. Roosevelt won approval for the Works Progress Administration, hiring the unemployed masses for important purposes, such as building the national parks, the Social Security Act, essentially old age insurance, and the National Labor Relations Act. The NLRA, sometimes referred to as the Wagner Act, named after Robert F. Wagner, the New York senator who introduced it, was signed into law on July 5, 1935, and created the legal architecture that legitimated unions, transforming them from organizations the employers could ignore without penalty into legally binding mechanisms that could practice collective bargaining. The NLRA radically changed the power equation in the United States by extending the freedoms of a democracy from the rather limited sphere of civil society into the heart of market capitalism, the economy, and the workplace. Since the founding of the country, the United States had held elections for government officials based on the idea that government derived its legitimacy only from the consent of the governed. Of course, many workers were excluded from the franchise for most of our history, and some still are. But by the late 1800s, with the advent of huge megacorporations, it became crystal clear that the major decisions that affected people's lives, economic decisions about where to build, where to invest, what to make, whom to hire and fire, how much workers were paid, and the conditions of their work, were not made by elected officials, but by private dictatorships, the owners of landed property and capital. Allowing only 1% of the population, CEOs, executives, and big shareholders, to determine the rules of the economy had nearly destroyed the nation when the stock market crashed. Unions, to the people who came to identify as New Dealers, would be a key societal mechanism to tame and balance the reckless behavior of the billionaire class, whose total disregard for everyone but itself had led to the Great Depression. New Dealers understood that workers could not realistically compete with owners, including shareholders, in a free market system without the freedom to withhold their labor, that is, to strike. The NLRA gave individual workers the freedom to choose to collectively make demands inside the market economy and at the level where workers could have the most effect, in their workplaces. The aspects of the law that mattered most were those that prohibited employers from campaigning against unions. These provisions declared acts of violence and other forms of harassment and intimidation, rampant at the time, to be unfair practices that would be punishable by federal law. Employers were also not permitted to refuse to negotiate with workers in the collective bargaining process. This meant that collective bargaining was now a sanctioned, legitimate practice. There is no question the NLRA represented unprecedented progress for most Americans. It was the most radical worker rights law to date, though it contained a damning compromise. That compromise was codifying the racial and sexual stratification of the working class. This division had begun hundreds of years before, when the largest segment of workers in the United States weren't fully considered people, black slaves. In 1935, the racist Southern delegation in Congress, fiercely committed to keeping Jim Crow laws in place, correctly viewed unions as a threatening force that could, and often did, demand integrated workplaces. These racists combined their votes with Northern members of Congress who were beholden to the billionaire class, names that now have a philanthropic ring to them and are commonly found on libraries and museums, including Carnegie, Rockefeller, and Pew. This coalition held enough votes to block the law. To win passage of the New Deal, President Franklin D. Roosevelt compromised by exempting two occupations dominated by African Americans: agricultural and domestic labor, from the provisions of the NLRA. This effectively condemned many African Americans to a second-class status under the first national labor law covering workers across the private sector. This provision is still the law of the land, and today also represses many Latinx and other people of color. Government workers were also excluded. It would take almost 30 years until another round of worker pressure, stemming from the Civil Rights Movement and a 1962 executive order by John F. Kennedy, to begin to soften the path for public sector unionization, which I'll discuss later in this chapter. Even with racist restrictions on black-dominated industries, unions grew exponentially after the passage of the NLRA. Factory workers, which did include African Americans, led massive unionization drives and won. Previously hard-fought defeats in auto, steel, coal, and transport turned into hard-fought victories. But it wasn't just the law that changed. A new Federation of Labor was formed as the ink was drying on the NLRA. The Committee for Industrial Organization, later renamed the Congress of Industrial Organizations. The CIO, established 4 months after the NLRA was signed into law in November 1935, was founded on the idea that all laborers, skilled and unskilled, working for the same employer needed to be unionized as one force in order to have maximum leverage when bargaining collectively with management. Before the NLRA had passed, union-led strikes were met with extreme force by employers, including mass violence, murder, and threat of jail time. The unions in 1934 understood they had to create a crisis to stand a chance to win the ability to live a decent life up against the titans of the corporate class. Remember, under capitalism, employers need workers to do one thing only: make profits for their bosses. The CIO understood that the only way to change workers' lives for the better was to take huge risks by walking off the job and stopping production, therefore creating an untenable situation for their employers. Thus, to the CIO, even though the NLRA was passed, to actually make the law come to life would require forcing the employer class to share the profits. That meant the likelihood of bringing production to a standstill again. This change in approach by the CIO marked a huge strategic shift for unions. Once the NLRA passed, the CIO led most of the hardest and largest campaigns and secured the biggest breakthroughs for American workers. The organizers, for the most part, took jobs inside the factories so they could help workers overcome management's tactical warfare. Many of the most successful organizers in the CIO came from the various socialist and communist parties that proliferated in the era. They were driven by an ideological passion for justice every bit as strong as the employer's ideological passion for total domination and exploitation. It was the left wing of the labor movement's commitment to justice for all that provided the winning strategy, that hyper-greedy employers could be overcome only by uniting the skilled and the unskilled into one organization. In the core industries of the CIO, large factories including auto and steel, this meant uniting whites, blacks, Native and immigrants, as well as women, not just white men. The CIO organizers who won game-changing union campaigns had boundless determination, but they also had clear-sighted methods. They became highly effective teachers and coaches, helping workers themselves learn which organizing approaches were most successful. For instance, the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, a union that had experienced massive growth despite determined employer resistance before the NLRA, knew that engaging the entire community in the fight by prioritizing working with ethnic, immigrant, and women's groups and media to highlight the brutality of the employers against the mostly teenage girls was a key strategy. Having the backing of their community, for instance, made it much harder for employers who used violent union-busting tactics like tear gassing, clubbing, and shooting innocent bystanders, not just ordinary workers demanding their rights, to manage the fallout in news coverage and in the community. At the same time, the CIO understood that even with the federal law in place that in theory protected workers' freedom to assemble and prevented federal troops from being called out against them in strikes, the employers had also relied on state and local law enforcement to back their union-busting efforts. This was the 1930s, a time when mass lynching was in full force to keep black workers from rebelling in the South. In company towns in the North, the local authorities and the company itself were indistinguishable. The very origin of the police in some places was in private and semi-private militias created by the employers intended to attack workers in industrial disputes. Keeping the new federal law in place and stopping the repression of the state and local police became a key motivation for the growing union movement's entrance into politics in a big way. Passing the NLRA was one step in the right direction for American unions, but for many American workers, it was equally, if not more, important that the federal government, starting with President Roosevelt, would aggressively tilt the scales of justice toward most American workers. After FDR signed the NLRA into law, along with other bold New Deal ideas, the few members of the employer class who backed him in 1932 abandoned him by the time his first re-election campaign came along in 1936. Not only that, but the American Liberty League, the equivalent back then of the Conservative Americans for Prosperity today, was raising huge sums of money for his Republican opponent. Unions understood, really for the first time, that to keep their new rights, they would have to work hard and work smart to get him elected for a second term. The industries the unions were targeting to make major gains for all workers included steel and automotive industries, where the employer class was making the biggest profits. The unions knew that the governors controlled the state-based National Guard units. Unions went all out, raising more money for the campaign in 1936 than all previous union donations combined for the elections from 1906 through 1935. They also put record numbers of boots on the ground, not only for FDR, but also for the governorships in Pennsylvania and Michigan, the two states that housed the biggest workforces in the targeted industries. After FDR's re-election and the election of progressive governors in both of those states, unions started to build the foundation of the American dream and chip away at inequality. When General Motors workers in Flint, Michigan held a sit-down strike, they stopped working but stayed in the plants. They prevented any potential replacement scab workers from coming in to replace them. If Michigan's governor had called out law enforcement to forcefully remove the striking workers, GM management would have won. But because unions had worked hard to help elect a governor they could better control, they worried less about the threat of law enforcement. Similar dynamics played out in the big steel strikes in Pennsylvania. After much effort on the part of unions, the federal government occasionally sent those forces first to defend unionizing workers and, later, African Americans during the Civil Rights Movement, shifting the federal government's apparatuses towards defending the rights of workers to unionize and strike, and later the rights of African Americans to vote and challenge discrimination, was all it took to build massive, decades-lasting structural achievements. Throughout the late 1930s and through the 1940s, workers continued to form unions in record numbers and income inequality steadily fell. In just 4 years, from 1934 to 1938, the percentage of non-agricultural workers in unions jumped from 11.5% to 26.6%. This would have been unimaginable in 1932. The gap between the billionaires and workers declined because the power equation shifted. The workers made that shift by making strong organizations of their own, bargaining collectively and holding the kind of strikes that could create a crisis when employers were unreasonable. Big gains for the whole of the working class were being extracted in key profit sectors of the economy. The mobilization for World War II and the tight labor markets it produced, however, overshadowed serious dangers on the horizon for workers and their new unions. During World War II, another huge group of uncompensated laborers, women, entered the workforce and unions in record numbers, filling vacancies created by troop deployments and forever changing many women's ideas of what kind of work they could or might choose to do. Women's entrance into the workforce also then created an expectation of equal pay for equal work. Government contracts in defense-related industries greased the wheels for rapid union growth in all war-related production sectors by demanding that employers negotiate with unions. Production demands helped tame worker-on-worker issues, such as men fighting the inclusion of women and white workers resisting the increased numbers of black workers, because everyone had to be all in to fight fascism. A war labor board operated throughout the conflict. Smart unions took advantage of the need for labor peace, winning breakthroughs in collective bargaining on the right to grievance and arbitration, seniority, paid vacation and meal times, differentials for night and evening work, and clauses that guaranteed maintenance of union membership. Maintenance of membership meant no worker could drop his or her union membership, and all new workers would have to join the union in exchange for pledges by the presidents of both the AFL and the CIO that the unions would not go on strike. Despite this pledge, between the start of the war and its conclusion, nearly 7 million workers thumbed their nose at the no-strike pledge and their union officialdom, and held more than 14,471 strikes during the 44 months of the war. It made little sense to most workers that in the perfect climate to make improvements in wages and working conditions, that is, a tight labor market, they were prohibited from using their most effective weapon, the strike. Many rank-and-file workers began to distrust their union officials because they cooperated with management in doling out discipline when workers violated the no-strike pledge. The end of World War II meant millions of American troops returned home with a newfound sense of self-worth and identity. They were heroes. While showers of confetti, lavish parades, and heartfelt welcome-home banners greeted them in their communities, they would soon return to dangerous and stultifying jobs in which employers decided to decrease wages in the name of the post-war reconversion, their word for downsizing production. Companies began to downsize employee counts and the number of hours of overtime to which millions had become accustomed. This resulted in an immediate post-war decrease in wages of 31% in war-related industries and 10% in non-war-related employment. For millions of newly empowered workers, the reduction of hours was untenable. Corporations had made enormous profits on the war. It didn't take long before this more confident class of workers rightfully demanded dignity on the job and in their paychecks. These demands led to the nation's biggest, most sustained strikes. In 1945 and 1946, 5 million workers went on strike. General strikes broke out in several cities, along with national strikes by industry. These did even more to redistribute wealth from the elite corporate few to the mass of the Americans, radically reducing income and wealth inequality and giving rise to a new middle class. The middle class and the American dream, so commonly referred to, was won by strikers whose numbers included many war veterans who understood the discipline required to win and who possessed uniquely important experiences, including troop formation and holding solidarity through exhaustion, just honed in the fight against fascism. By the end of 1945, union membership among non-agricultural workers stood at 34.2%. By the early 1940s, life was slowly, steadily, and, of course, unevenly getting better for most people. But the billionaire class that watched the guns, government, and laws switch from defending their side of the class war to that of the American worker set out to undo all the good. To be clear, a subset of the employer class had worked to destroy the NLRA from the day it passed. That group of employers began a legal offensive in 1935, challenging the entirety of the law itself. It took until 1937 before the overall challenge to the NLRA made its way to the Supreme Court. On this big case, the court affirmed the NLRA as the law of the land. But because the employer class hadn't put all its eggs in one basket, knowing if the court upheld the law overall, it needed a plan B, attacked the law bit by bit in smaller pieces in related cases. And in one such case, the Supreme Court did the opposite. Even though the Supreme Court upheld the NLRA in 1937, it also issued perhaps the most serious blow to American workers, one not well recognized at the time as the key weapon that would slowly undo workers' ability to fundamentally redistribute power and therefore wealth: the McKay Radio and Telegraph decision. In McKay, the same justices who upheld the NLRA ruled that striking workers could be permanently replaced by strike breakers. Labor scholars have pointed out the uniquely schizophrenic nature of the court's rulings that year. One decision affirming that workers have the right to strike and can't be fired for doing so, but on the other hand, another legal decision that gave employers the right to permanently replace them if they did, which had the effect of firing workers for striking. McKay wasn't well understood at the time as a knockout punch to unions. In just a few short years of serious organizing and real gains via strikes, the societal norms constructed under the New Deal had effectively made it culturally unacceptable to replace striking workers. Another 44 years would pass, and 2 more rounds of the employer offensive would be launched before President Ronald Reagan weaponized the McKay decision and replaced 100% of the nation's 12,000 highly skilled air traffic control workers during a strike in 1981. The societal norms and culture that prevented employers from using McKay were created because of the brilliant strategy of the early years of the CIO and by the agency of workers fully engaging the entire community in labor fights. Imagine the frustration of the billionaires. They had legally secured the right to replace strikers via McKay, but in effect, they had their hands tied by smart worker organizing strategy. The employer class was experiencing sustained worker power and a real redistribution of wealth. Rather than continuing to share their enormous profits, as World War II drew to a close, corporations launched a war at home, a renewed class war against their workers. Not surprisingly, racism was a key motivation and a weapon to undo worker gains. Millions of African Americans had valiantly served the country in World War II. Their demands for equality at home that many had fought and died for abroad, along with key CIO unions that believed all workers deserved equal treatment, seriously threatened Jim Crow. This energized the Southern corporate class to do something it generally resisted. For a second time, it joined forces with Northern industrialists who were concerned about the threat unions posed to their wealth and created an ideological fervor to launch a unified political offensive to gut the power of the National Labor Relations Act. In their minds, Roosevelt and the war had held them back for far too long, and their pent-up fury would no longer be contained. The Employer Offensive, Round 1. Gut the NLRA. Demobilize the best organizers. Contain existing private sector unions. The end of World War II abruptly upended the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union in 1945. While the two were close allies in defeating Hitler, with the war over, each country began a race to extend the reach of their ideologies. This Cold War, as it came to be called, marked the beginning of an anti-communist frenzy in the United States. Just as the Great Depression served as important context for the passage of the NLRA, the fear that the Red Menace, communism, would spread and take over the country served as an important backdrop to the next attack launched against America's workers. For the first time in 16 years, in 1946, the Republicans took control of Congress, winning majorities in both the House and the Senate. For the second time in 12 years, the threat of a genuinely united American working class forged a tactical alliance between big corporations in the North and their racist, pro-Jim Crow Southern allies. It didn't take long after the new Congress was sworn into power in 1947 to gut the NLRA. Congress passed the Labor Management Relations Act, commonly referred to as Taft-Hartley for the bill's lead sponsors, Ohio Republican Robert Taft in the Senate and New Jersey Republican Fred Hartley in the House, a sweeping amendment to the NLRA that was so extreme it was vetoed by President Harry Truman. But the racist, anti-worker, pro-corporate majorities in Congress had enough power at that point to override Truman's veto. The list of changes was significant. It included making it permissible, once again, for employers to use paid work time to actively campaign against unionization, a ban on sympathy strikes and boycotts, an end to wildcat strikes, where workers simply walk off the job with no notice, sometimes in defiance of their unions, not just their employers, an end to the closed shop, whereby employers could hire only people who were union members, the creation of so-called right-to-work laws, which gave states the option to make union membership voluntary, and a clause mandating that union leaders and members had to sign affidavits stating they had not been a member of the Communist Party or Socialist parties. With the zeal of Senator Joseph McCarthy's inquisitions, the practical impact of this last provision was that thousands of the most successful rank-and-file organizers were purged from the unions, regardless of whether they had ever been official members of any party. The ban on sympathy strikes and boycotts meant that truck drivers could no longer refuse to deliver goods to a factory where the workers were on strike. Food service workers would have to break through a picket line to prepare food for replacement workers or risk being fired if they didn't. That didn't just weaken strikes in obvious ways. There was a more nefarious psychological objective aimed at undermining human solidarity, which is an instinct that emerges when one group of people sees another in profound duress or under attack, as in a hurricane or flood. Strikes build the same kind of bonds that events like natural disasters produce. Banning sympathy for the idea of the collective good was part of a broader long-term effort to rewire humans from acting collectively to acting individually. In think tanks such as the Mont Pelerin Society, discussions were underway about the need to re-socialize worker behavior to better fit conservative economists' views that people should act only out of self-interest. But forcing workers into re-education camps was too blunt an instrument in the United States. It was more acceptable to slowly stoke individualism by making the default acts of human sympathy illegal and so punishable by termination. The aspect of Taft-Hartley that restored the legal right of employers to actively campaign against unionization essentially removed the leash employers felt restrained by from 1935 to 1947. In his book, Confessions of a Union Buster, Martin J. Levitt, a former union buster himself, explained how the NLRA created fair union elections for those brief 12 years. The primary labor component of Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal, the Wagner Act, also outlawed many employer tactics then commonly used to break unions, most notoriously spying on and intimidating union activists, provoking violence, and enticing unions into management-controlled company unions in order to stifle their call for independent labor organizations. Restoring the employer's right to fight unionization with Taft-Hartley morphed quickly into demonstrations of egregious intimidation. Employers routinely fired highly productive workers who dared to lead union efforts, spied, gerrymandered worker voting lists, manipulated eligibility requirements for unionization votes, and used other mechanisms to rig unionization election rules that resemble the 2000 Florida recount or the most outrageous voter suppression tactics in the 2018 U.S. midterm elections. We can draw an especially apt comparison between the 2018 Georgia gubernatorial race, in which one of the candidates was also the person who made the election rules and enforced them, and union elections, where only the employer can call mandatory meetings on paid work time to propagandize against the other. Taft-Hartley's creation of right-to-work laws also chipped away at solidarity. In a right-to-work state, a majority of workers can vote to unionize, but are prohibited from negotiating clauses in their own contracts stipulating that all workers need to join and pay dues. Considering how much money unions need in order to try to compete with the millions and millions of dollars corporations freely spend against them, this compromises the effectiveness of unions in those states. Within the first 2 years of the passage of Taft-Hartley, the legislatures in most former slave states voted to become right to work, once again tightly yoking institutionalized racism and labor law. As unions moved into the South during the 12 years of worker freedom, Jim Crow was under attack by left-led unions. To save Jim Crow, these states had to destroy unions. Few Americans understand that Taft-Hartley was the beginning of a never-ending bipartisan attack on American workers' freedom and power in the private sector. With the undoing of the NLRA in place, the employer set out to construct a post-war system of labor relations. This meant that with a few exceptions, industrial disputes were less violent than in the past, and many American workers continued to benefit from existing union contract negotiations and the spillover impact that winning high standards had on the broader labor market. But Taft-Hartley's passage left little doubt that corporate leaders never conceded the right of unions to exist. Despite that, they recognized the reality that, for a time, unions would have to be tolerated in some fashion. Employer-side labor relations experts developed ways to deal with already existing unions and began to keep non-union workers from forming new ones, essentially creating a containment strategy. The beginnings of modern union busting as a standalone industry took hold in the 1950s as a medium-term strategy to impede an institution they were determined to eventually destroy. 2 centuries of violence against those who challenged the status quo began to mutate into sophisticated psychological, cultural, and legal warfare, a tamer but no less effective tactical repertoire similar to the difference between slavery and mass incarceration. Union buster Levitt wrote, "Executives and their consultants knew that with Taft-Hartley amendments in place, employers would enjoy great freedom in combating worker organizations. Management always had the upper hand, of course. They had never lost it. But thanks to Taft-Hartley, the bosses could once again wage their war with near impunity." One major corporation stood out for its lasting contribution to the development of professional union busting, the retail giant Sears Roebuck. Sears had always fought its workers' attempts to unionize, but the NLRA made it considerably trickier when it outlawed overt intimidation by management, like firing workers who wanted to unionize. In 1935, with the NLRA, the new law of the land, Sears hired Nathan Shefferman as its human resources director with explicit instructions to fight unions tooth and nail despite the law. Shefferman turned the human resources department into a laboratory that developed cutting-edge union avoidance strategies that remain central to the industry even now. Working with some of the top academic institutions of the era, including world-renowned behavioral psychologists, at the University of Chicago, in addition to the industrial relations psychologists, they began experiments to predict which workers might be prone to join unions. To pinpoint workers in the company who might want to unionize, management developed tools like employee attitude surveys that allowed a human resources department to avoid violating the anti-spying provisions in the NLRA, but still collect information on employee satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Employees would be fooled into believing the company was genuinely interested in their feedback, but these increasingly sophisticated surveys helped management weed out potential threats without violating the new labor laws. With the surveys, management developed a method to ascertain which workers they wanted to promote, which ones to surveil, and which to dispose of, lest the idea of workers deserving something better than wage slavery begin to spread. Schefferman and Sears were much more successful than many of their counterparts in avoiding unionization because they used these early warning systems to root out what they considered to be problematic employees, no matter how good or productive the worker was. None were considered too valuable to remove if they were a union threat. After just 2 years of Schefferman plying his trade inside Sears, the union avoidance work was occupying all his time. He eventually decided to move the operations outside Sears, although he remained largely dedicated to Sears as his primary client. Founded in 1939, his firm, Labor Relations Associates, LRA, was the preeminent union-busting operation, employing more than 20 full-time consultants working out of offices in Chicago, Detroit, and New York. With Taft-Hartley's passage, Schefferman was well-positioned to sell his ideas to many more corporations than just Sears. According to labor scholar John Logan, it was Schefferman who developed a key tactic that all labor relations firms would soon begin to use: a vote no worker committee that gave the fight against workers in a union election the veneer of being led by workers, not management. It helped companies avoid legal charges when they launched well-resourced campaigns against the union. In almost any workplace, management can identify at least one worker whom it can cajole into being publicly against a union. It can sweeten the deal by, for instance, promising to promote the worker when the union is defeated. For workers who may not yet know much about unions, seeing anti-union literature and videos presented by a coworker is far more effective than if management were putting out the same information. It also leads to immediate division and finger-pointing among workers, and erodes trust as workers are trying to make big decisions affecting their future. This kind of divide-and-conquer approach guides every step of the Union Busters playbook. It allows management's official union-busting consultants to operate in secret, in the background, meeting with only 1, 2, or a small group of workers, coaching them on what to say, making flyers and handouts that are written by the best advertising agency copywriters, and putting up websites and now Facebook pages in the name of workers. This clever end run around the law was highly effective then and continues to be so now. Schefferman hooked his clients on the idea that the unscrupulous tactics required to keep or make companies union-free would best be done at arm's length, so the companies would not be liable for the kind of illegal, tactical warfare required to thwart a very natural human desire for their betterment. Despite LRA's successes, and because there were still some members of Congress who were sympathetic to unions, some of Schefferman's aggressive anti-union behavior, notably bribery and racketeering, was exposed by congressional investigations. By the late 1950s, LRA was forced to close, but the dozens of consultants who worked for LRA began to found their own union avoidance firms, and those union buster names, Modern Management Methods, 3M, the law firm Jackson and Lewis, and John Sheridan of John Sheridan Associates, are very familiar to organizers today. The Employer Offensive, Round 2. Eliminate private sector unions altogether. If the post-war period of labor relations was aimed at stopping the spread of unions to contain the gains many Americans had achieved, then the era beginning in the early 1970s characterizes an offensive to actually reverse these gains, restore all power and wealth to the few at the top, and do so by eliminating unions from American soil, literally. It was a two-pronged assault consisting of the rapid expansion of the Union Buster ground troops and the rise of the euphemistically termed globalization. Union busting becomes an industry. The union busting firms that took root in the 1950s exploded in size and scope in the 1970s, growing from a handful of firms to the full-fledged industry they are today. This new generation of union avoidance experts extended their services to the financial, insurance, and hospitality sectors. According to testimony delivered by Herbert Melnick, the founder of 3M, who was compelled to testify before the House Subcommittee on Labor Management Relations in 1979 due to mounting evidence of his own unscrupulous behavior, the number of firms increased from 100 firms in the 1960s to 10 times that number in the mid-1980s. Martin J. Levitt writes that when he was being trained by John Sheridan in the mid-1960s, that anti-union firms were tools of the employers. But beginning in the 1970s, and certainly by Reagan's administration, he notes, they were no longer simply responding to employers' demands for their services, but were actively and aggressively creating that demand. In the 1950s and 1960s, employers were hiding their campaigns behind consultants. Within a couple of decades, the situation had reversed as consultants concealed their increasingly aggressive and sophisticated activities behind management and supervisors. These modern union busters are a cookie-cutter bunch, and the ingredients of the recipe are pure poison. They operate in total secrecy, and it's nearly impossible to get into their training sessions. They've developed complicated security checks to avoid outsiders slipping in, assuming they can pay the steep registration fees. Their training manuals are only distributed at their high-priced seminars. You won't find their books on Amazon's platform, but you will find Amazon using their services. The registration page for a 2018 union busting seminar in Indiana, sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce, stated the following: Program information. Exact location in Indianapolis will be sent to you within 24 hours of your registration or the following business day. Registration is limited strictly to management personnel directly from a corporation. Please note, the discussions will be frank. The use of recording devices is strictly prohibited. Attendance is limited to representatives of business organizations only. Individuals affiliated with union organizations are not eligible for registration. The Indiana Chamber of Commerce reserves the right to refuse participation in the program to anyone other than a bona fide management representative. One example of a manual that until recently was very hard to get is Total Victory, which features chapters with titles like Management Campaign Strategy, Guidelines for Supervisors and Managers During a Union Organizing Effort, Literature Development and Distribution, Captive Audience Meetings, Job Security and Strikes, Your Future in the Union's Hands. In the opening lines of Confessions of a Union Buster, Levitt tells us, union busting is a field populated by bullies and built on deceit. A campaign against a union is an assault on individuals and a war against the truth. As such, it is a war without honor. The only way to bust a union is to lie, distort, manipulate, threaten, and always attack. The law does not hamper the process. Rather, it serves to suggest maneuvers and define strategies. Each union prevention campaign, as the wars are called, turns on a combined strategy of disinformation and personal assault. Why is it that so little evidence exists about the despicable tactics of a vile industry? Because it is totally unregulated. Union busters are not required to fill in paperwork informing Americans what they do or how much they spend, or much else. In the last year of his final term, Barack Obama signed a too little, too late executive order requiring a bare minimum of information employers must submit if they hire union avoidance firms. The order was quickly undone after Donald Trump was sworn in. By contrast, thanks to the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act, a law Congress passed in 1959, and which is still in place, aimed at unions, not management, here's what unions must report regularly to the government in public filings. Every hour of work done by every union staffer must be separately accounted for and categorized, e.g., organizing, politics, grievance handling, arbitrations, negotiations, etc. Every expense must have an invoice. Invoices have to be retained for every office supply, every lunch, every day, all day. Every mile driven for the union must be recorded. A full record of from where, to where, how many miles, and why, and how it is work-related. In contract negotiations, for example, if an employer provides sandwiches at lunch so both parties can continue through the meal, the union side either pays for the employer and records it, or the union must record it as a gift from the employer. In other words, everything union staff does, all day, every day, has to be recorded and tracked. Where they go, what they do, and the exact amount of money they spend, on what, and what they receive from who and at what exact time. If I were to add up the amount of time that I've spent itemizing minutiae, it would be apparent that months of my life have been spent writing reports so union busters can review them. Imagine writing down what you do during every hour of your workday, which always starts in the dark and ends in the dark, and persists through the weekends if you want to stand a chance at defeating the union busters. By contrast, neither workers nor their unions, if the workers can defeat the consultants in the election, get to know which consultants the employers hire, let alone how they spend every hour of their day, how many of them there are, or what they charge for their high-priced services. Talk about a stacked deck. Since the growth of the union-busting industry in the early 1970s, pretty much every NLRB election in which workers try to form a union is even less fair than the 2018 Georgia gubernatorial election. If you understand what happened to Stacey Abrams in that contest, you can start to comprehend what happens to workers in union elections. In the Georgia governor's race, Abrams' opponent, Brian Kemp, was the existing Secretary of State, which meant her opponent literally oversaw his election against her. The accusations of voter suppression and wrongdoing by Kemp include the expunging of thousands of eligible voters' ballots because their signature didn't exactly match their original registration, eligible voters who had voted previously being told their name didn't appear on the poll workers' list, the mysterious purging of thousands of voter names with a variety of excuses, such as there was more than one person with the name. Think about how many J. Smiths might live in a state with millions of people, and then consider the number of J. Juarez or other ethnic-sounding names. Hundreds of polling locations shuttered, forcing people to travel to a new voting site, perhaps farther away, and people waiting in long lines for hours hoping to vote. Shenanigans with that tone of cynicism happen routinely in NLRB elections, but ordinary workers don't get the limelight or attention of a Stacey Abrams. In any fair fight, Abrams would be Georgia's governor, and in any fair union fight, workers would win unions in droves. Union busters consistently tip the scales in their favor, and this is in large part what accounts for union decline. Globalization. In the next absurdly uneven power match, where all the rules are written by big global corporations for the employers and polluters and against the workers and the planet, globalization takes center stage. Globalization was the second punch in the 1-2 punch that crushed private sector unions and made a few people filthy rich while everyone else stayed or became poor. In the United States, several decades before globalization as we presently understand it, the employer class began moving factories from the heavily unionized Northeast and the Rust Belt to the southern states. As discussed previously, the former slave states turned Jim Crow states, turned right-to-work states, have long prided themselves on being a union and environmental regulation-free zone within the U.S. borders. But having to pay even a paltry national minimum wage and contribute to Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare through the employer payroll tax system demanded too much from big corporations. If the southern states let corporations cut expenses, the global South gave the same corporations the ability to dramatically slash wages and benefits. How is it that a radical movement to drive down the cost of production, which is essentially the human cost, is not understood as union avoidance? One of the first experiments in international free trade started in the late 1960s in Mexico, along the U.S.-Mexico border, in what became known as the Maquiladora Zone. The maquilas are factories where Mexican workers are paid pennies on the dollar per hour for work that in the United States pays a family-supporting wage. Though Mexico had unions, they were more like Chinese unions today, controlled by the state, not the workers themselves. Once enough U.S. companies made the maquilas their preferred location for opening new production facilities, the unified corporate public relations campaign began. Americans started seeing newspaper headlines like this: American workers have priced themselves too far above reasonable wages. Right. Well, when you start comparing what union workers in the United States earned compared to slave-like conditions, you could ironically suggest that workers in the United States were overpaid, except they never were. In 1991, I was hired to do some preparatory work for the arrival of a delegation of interfaith leaders who were to take a tour of the U.S.-Mexico border as part of a faith-based conference on conditions in the Maquiladora Zone. I set up my beachhead in Tucson, renting an apartment month to month because the first part of the job required writing short briefing documents for the future tour participants. The first time I drove the 68 miles through the Saguaro National Park to go south of the border to the city of Nogales in the state of Sonora, Mexico, I got a whiff of the growing global trade problem, literally. As I drove to Nogales, I could smell the toxic exhaust emanating from U.S.-owned factories just outside the reach of much stricter laws stateside. Walking around the town, I wished I were wearing a hazmat suit, or at least hazmat shoes. The effluvium emanating from plants emblazoned with familiar American logos was so noxious that I remember wondering whether the soles of my shoes were going to melt on the sidewalk. I was not yet a union organizer and was still working full-time in the environmental movement. I began to anthropomorphize the vast stretches of saguaros on what became a regular drive. The upward arm cacti seemed to be pissed off, shrugging their shoulders the entire way, as if to say, "Yo, why dump on us down here?" After just one long afternoon in the Maquiladora Zone, home at that point to plenty of factories with names like GM, Ford, Chrysler, Honeywell, Xerox, Zenith, and IBM, all of which had recently employed union workers in places like Ohio and Michigan, I understood that the free and free trade meant the freedom to pollute the planet, pay extremely low wages, and be exempt from all duties and obligations to society. American workers didn't stand much of a chance competing against these conditions, and neither did the planet. This was several years before a Democratic president, Bill Clinton, delivered the North American Free Trade Agreement for the corporate global elite, soon followed by the creation of the World Trade Organization, which effectively maquiladorized the world in one fell swoop, smashing workplace regulations, trashing environmental regulations, and decimating American unions and families. The presence of these U.S. corporations hasn't been helping the people of other nations either. Between overt union busting and the insidious union busting effects of globalization, unionization rates in the private sector have plummeted over the past 40 years. None of this was an accident. All of it is public policy made by the big corporations who have effectively taken control of both political parties. And surprise! Income inequality has skyrocketed, with neatly parallel lines showing union decline and increasing income inequality. The governing bodies that make the rules of global trade were designed to be immune from any one country's constitution and laws, including labor and environmental laws. How is that not a direct subversion of democracy? Some people will quibble about the intent of globalization, but we are past arguing about the impact. It should be clear by now that creating trade regimes whose aim was to make it super easy to relocate American workers' best jobs, unionized jobs, out of the United States, dressed up by a powerful PR narrative about spreading democracy, didn't achieve democracy in Latin America, Myanmar, China, Cambodia, or anywhere else it promised. If anything, globalization has contributed to the downfall of our own democracy. The creation of NAFTA was perhaps the key moment when the Democratic Party turned its back on private sector workers. NAFTA and globalization are why Hillary Clinton couldn't win Michigan and Pennsylvania in 2016. For all the goodwill upper middle class and wealthy Democratic donors associate with the first Clinton who ran for president, with his intelligence and charm, workers in states that once had booming manufacturing were living in total despair, and that despair had deep roots in their plans relocating out of the United States. Hillary Clinton's defeat in a third state, Wisconsin, which cost her the Electoral College, was due to the second devastating blow that Democrats dealt to American workers and their unions, the abandonment of public sector workers. The Employer Offensive, Round 3. Eliminate public sector unions. Earlier in this chapter, I pointed out that the NLRA, passed in 1935, excluded workers in the public sector. Before I discuss the public sector, I want to clarify a misconception. Capitalism has created a clever myth that the economy is separated into two separate sectors when, in actuality, it is one complex integrated economic system in which shareholders and CEOs extract extraordinary sums of taxpayer money for their personal fortunes and have little to no accountability for their actions. There is no such thing as a pure private sector, and with contracting out rampant in so many state and federal agencies, there isn't a pure public sector at this point either. For proof, look no further than the eye-popping subsidy packages doled out by state and local governments as megacorporations play them against one another in an alleged race for local job creation. Until the progressive movement fought back, New York State was going to hand Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos, the richest man on the planet, $2.8 billion to set up new company headquarters in New York City. The location would have required even more massive public subsidies to fix the taxpayer-funded transit system so workers could get to the office. Or consider the fact that Amazon and Walmart, who employ thuggish union-busting consultants every bit as brutal as Martin J. Levitt, pay workers so little that the workers have to rely on public assistance, yet another massive subsidy. They pay workers so little that in essence, American taxpayers make up the rest of their payroll with food stamps, Medicaid, the Earned Income Tax Credit, and more. That said, the myth of these two separate sectors of the American economy is reflected in labor law. Starting in the 1970s, corporations set out to destroy private sector unions first, and later, as in today, the remaining unions in the public sector. Generally speaking, public sector labor law follows the confines of private sector law, but there can be significant differences. One is the right of workers to strike, which varies considerably between the so-called private and public sector. It also varies greatly within the public sector, which varies by state and frequently by workforce. Public service worker unions, labeled government unions by those who dislike government and unions, and Black people and women, are still regulated in 50 different states, whereas federal public service unions are governed by separate national laws. And because states govern most public sector worker unions, attacking them proved challenging for the billionaire right-wing forces. Unlike what they did with Taft-Hartley, they couldn't simply waltz into the halls of Congress and pass one law that would gut public sector unions. But before turning to the present, a little more history is required on how the surge in public sector unionism represented a kind of second American dream, chiefly benefiting large numbers of African Americans and women. As with the burst of organizing in factories, workers at federal, state, and local levels began agitating to form unions in a concerted way during the Great Depression. At the state and local levels, the impetus to unionize was generated by small numbers of white-collar workers who formed employee associations to safeguard the civil service system from withering under the weight of the Great Depression. Other than postal workers, who had been unionized since the 1880s, but who lacked collective bargaining rights, a push began in 1931 for other federal workers, such as shipwrights and plumbers employed by federal agencies, such as defense and energy, to unionize. That created controversy among the American Federation of Labor because the private sector craft building unions sought to claim jurisdiction over these same workers because they did the same kind of work. This is a good example of union leader egos getting in the way of worker progress, partially because unions were in a power struggle among themselves. For manufacturing and construction workers at federal facilities, few public sector workers unionized in the 1930s. Mostly, however, it's because they were excluded from the NLRA in 1935. Public sector workers didn't secure the right to collective bargaining until the civil rights movement made unionization a central issue. African Americans moved into government positions in large numbers on the heels of Black veterans returning from World War II. And as the civil rights movement grew, so did the demand for unions in the public sector. At the big municipality level, New York City was the first to create a legal collective bargaining framework in 1958. At the state level, Wisconsin was the first to grant state employees the right to collectively bargain in 1959. And in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed an executive order giving federal government workers the right to collective bargaining inside their agencies. The main federal government workers' union, the American Federation of Government Employees, grew from 71,000 members in 1961 to 301,000 by 1970. Though there had been many threats against the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., he was assassinated at the very moment he chose to forcefully link unionization and class issues to the Black freedom movement. He had traveled to Memphis to support a wildcat strike by Black sanitation workers who walked off the job to demand the right to a union after 2 workers were crushed to death in the back of a garbage truck. King's assassination sparked an increased militancy among African Americans for respect and rights. For the next decade, public sector workers at the state and local levels, in addition to private sector workers who were experiencing the early stages of globalization, kicked off another big round of strikes across the United States. Just as private sector workers in 1934 created a crisis so that FDR would have reason to create new accommodations for workers, resulting in the NLRA, one positive result of the strikes and disruption in the public sector was the decision in a 1977 Supreme Court case, Abood versus Detroit Board of Education. Because state and local public sector unions were governed by state law, there had never been a national law that permitted public sector unions to be effective at collecting dues. Then came the Abood decision. The case was brought by a worker who didn't want to be a member of the union or contribute to the union's political program. On one hand, the court declared that government workers' unions could not negotiate clauses whereby all workers must become members of the union, even if a majority voted to form one, as is the practice in the private sector. But the ruling did establish the right for public sector unions to collect an agency fee, which was an amount of dues discounted by the amount of money a union spent on political activity that all workers would have to pay. This resulted in a substantial increase in revenues for public sector unions. The Abood decision was considered settled law until it wasn't. Until now, the story of the deliberate destruction of the American dream has focused on the machinations of elite corporate forces against workers in private sector unions. This is because the big employer class war against workers was operating from a clear set of priorities: first taking aim at what was the largest segment of unionized workers, not to mention the one cutting directly into profit margins: factory workers in the private sector. That successful assault resulted in a much higher rate of unionization remaining in the public sector because while their membership grew slowly or held steady, depending on the year, the private sector unionization rate plummeted. This is similar to recent reports that show the wage gap between men and women is closing. It sounds good, but it's mostly because men's wages are falling, not that women's pay is increasing. In 1949, just after the Taft-Hartley attack was launched, 34.7% of non-agricultural workers were unionized in the private sector, compared with just 12.1% in the public sector. By 2017, 6.5% of private sector workers remained unionized, compared with 36.1% in the public sector. The asymmetry between the private sector and public sector unionization rates shifted corporate billionaire sights from the earlier target, large numbers of men in manufacturing, to the new targets, the mostly women and people of color who perform public services, who still work in unionized workplaces and thus still have a decent standard of living. The largest subgroup of public sector workers at the state and local level is teachers. It's no surprise that the attack against them has been ferocious. It doesn't hurt that they are mostly women. I'll return to this point in more detail in Chapter 6, when I discuss the Los Angeles Teachers Union and their 2019 strike. The billionaire class pivoted from weaponizing globalization, moving union jobs out of the United States, which finished off what the union busters hadn't in the private sector, to creating a new fiction that's been called austerity. Although the word austerity is more commonly used in Europe and the global South, it needs no translation. The shorthand definition is the deliberate creation of federal, state, and local budget deficits while corporations and the super-rich pay less and less taxes, resulting, obviously, in revenue shortfalls and manufactured budget crises. The same PR firms that created the myth that American workers were overpaid and not competitive in the global market have created the frenzy today that government workers are overpaid compared to workers in the private sector, where they spent decades destroying good jobs. The corporate PR now spins that there's absolutely no more money for public education, public parks, public health, or really, the public. Well, that's what happens when you steadily cut taxes on the super wealthy and corporations. There would be plenty of money for the public, provided the United States restored tax rates that existed under Ronald Reagan. There's also a dog whistle politics aspect to the caricatures generated about government workers. For many African Americans, working in the public sector is one of the best jobs available because it provides health care and significant retirement plans. The common message that these workers are lazy and don't work hard enough to justify a pension is obviously racist. What they mean to say is that Black people are lazy and undeserving of decent lives. Enter the Koch brothers. According to recent scholarly research into the Koch brothers' main organization, Americans for Prosperity, its recent laser-like focus on anti-union legislation is driven by the Kochs' libertarian embrace of free markets and limited government. But that focus reflects the Kochs' strategic objectives for their companies, like maximizing profit and undoing regulations. The academic research backs up what those of us in the trenches have known for decades. Right-wing corporate leaders understood the power structure analysis of the United States far better than liberals, social do-gooders, and the Democratic Party. To take down government regulation, control the electoral system, and destroy the earth with impunity, they had to first destroy the most important corporate power balancing force this country ever had: unions. The two Koch brothers, whose net wealth exceeds $50 billion each, set out to destroy the labor movement so they could keep destroying the planet, or making money off of it, free from regulation. The money-making industries in the conglomerate they inherited from their father include paper production, ranching, energy production, and chemical manufacturing, all of which contribute greatly to climate change. Like Donald Trump, the Koch brothers didn't build their companies. Initially, the Kochs put serious, unprecedented resources into state races so that they could weaken public sector labor law, thus unions, state by state. Wisconsin under Scott Walker, who eliminated the right to collective bargaining in the public sector, leading to a 60% drop in union membership in the first full year his law took effect, is a case in point. The Koch brothers have also enjoyed success in Florida, Iowa, Michigan, and Indiana, to name a few, as a bevy of laws tightening restrictions on unions have rolled across the United States since the turn of the new millennium. Their efforts were stymied by many big states, however, that are traditionally Democratic Party strongholds, such as California, Illinois, and New York. Unions are still strong in these states, which is why they remain blue states. The right-wing desire to undo labor and progressive laws fell flat in these states. This led to right-wing billionaires' Plan B, concoct a national legal challenge that could land at the Supreme Court and finally wipe the remaining big donations from unions out of the electoral arena. The Koch brothers had a staunch ally in the National Right to Work Legal Defense Foundation, a conservative group dedicated to ending unions and collective bargaining. They sought out workers who would file cases to press a First Amendment challenge to the agency fees the Supreme Court had deemed legal in 1977 with Abood. A number of major right-wing billionaires, including the Ed Uline Family Foundation, Harry Bradley, the Walton family of Walmart, and the Donors Trust and Donors Capital Foundations, funneled huge contributions to the organization. The NRTWLDF understood they would need to mount a lot of cases and work their way through the lower courts until one landed at the Supreme Court. That case was Harris v. Quinn. The Harris in the case is Pamela Harris, one of the rare white women in a workforce that is overwhelmingly women of color. She was a personal care assistant who was paid by the state of Illinois. Pamela Harris was not a union member, nor was her agency represented by any union. Yet we are led to believe she somehow found a national right-wing organization, National Right to Work Legal Defense Foundation, that has been devoted to destroying unions for the past 70 years to assist her, and not the other way around. Up until 2003, Illinois, like most states, excluded home care workers from the right to collective bargaining. In 1983, 200 home care workers voted to form a union. With the backing of SEIU, a national union, they began to plot a path to collective bargaining rights. It would take the Illinois workers until 2003 to pass legislation allowing them to collectively bargain, but all along the way, they were winning steady improvements in pay and benefits by acting in solidarity with each other, much like workers in a union. In 1990, SEIU in Illinois won a big breakthrough toward collective bargaining rights for home care workers when it secured workers' rights to meet and confer, which obligates the employer to meet and discuss demands with workers, but not bargain with them. In 1994, they were granted union recognition, winning an actual first contract with fair share fees, which was another name for agency fees. SEIU would next begin to heavily invest in helping home care workers in California, followed by Oregon, making similar breakthroughs in a campaign called Invisible No More. The state of Illinois became an official joint employer in 2003, and the process of formal collective bargaining began. AFSCME and other unions jumped on the home care organizing bandwagon. In terms of sheer numbers of workers forming new unions, home care workers became the biggest expansion of workers unionizing, with roughly 500,000, mostly women of color, across a handful of big, Democrat-leaning states unionizing in the first decade of the new century. But to the right wing, this huge new union membership was the exact opposite of what they wanted: no unions. Thus, they set out to undo the fastest-growing union sector, home care workers. The conservative-leaning court ruled in favor of Harris, and the decision hinged on a spurious argument that the mostly women of color workforce paid by the state were only partial public employees because they worked in people's homes and not in an institutional setting. And because the court deemed millions of mostly women of color partial public employees, they were therefore exempt from rules and protections covering public employee unionization in Illinois. It's important to dwell on the racial implications of the Harris ruling. In Harris, the court created something eerily reminiscent of the 1857 Dred Scott decision, when African Americans were deemed to count as only 3/5 people. Recall that when the NLRA passed, it omitted job classifications dominated by people of color, agriculture and domestic workers. In one fell swoop, Harris v. Quinn in 2014 essentially renewed and doubled down on the Jim Crow-era NLRA by once again foreclosing a path for women of color performing essential home-based, state-funded work to form strong unions by instead deeming these workers partial employees. Some of the same corporate backers of today's Harris v. Quinn decision and the 2012 case Knox v. SEIU, which set up Harris v. Quinn, which then set up the slam-dunk Janus v. AFSCME, were funders of the 1947 political offensive to pass the Taft-Hartley Act. Yes, you read that right, and yes, that's been missing from most mass media headlines. But the anti-worker, anti-union crusade is one long string of tactical warfare in a strategy to return the riches of workers' labor back to the 1%. Harris is less well known than 2018's Janus versus AFSCME, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Union. But it is understood as a direct precursor. In fact, it's in Harris that Justice Samuel Alito had to fabricate legal rationale that he could refer back to as a way to justify his decision in Janus. The throughput of systemic racial violence in the early agricultural and domestic workforce, to the post-Civil War creation of lynch mobs in the South, to armed militias and company armies and police forces South and North, continues through to the creation of the modern union avoidance industry, which takes its current form beginning in the 1950s. It is abundantly clear that union decline is primarily the result of a multi-decade sustained war waged by the wealthy against the working class. Chapter 3. Everything you thought you knew about unions is mostly wrong. 4 decades into the current wave of attacks on unions, I find myself in conversations that reveal how successful the propaganda campaign against unions has been and how deeply its messages have penetrated the public consensus. Liberal acquaintances of mine say that union members are spoiled, that unions protect incompetent workers, charge too much in dues, and preclude business innovation. Liberals also see unions through a dusty historical lens. They appear to be corrupt, racist, and sexist. They seem to be blocking global economic progress. They are tools of U.S. imperialism and are in cahoots with the mafia. Friends who wouldn't dream of eating non-organic food, who drive electric vehicles, send money to save Tibet, and marched wearing pink pussy hats complain that the teachers' union is the reason public schools are deteriorating, or that striking transit workers ruined their commute, or that unions are the reason they can't get an appointment this decade with their HMO. For several generations, the idea of a union has been intentionally twisted, maligned, defamed, attacked, and systematically equated with the last century. In this era of big tech and globalization, the idea that unions are anti-innovation and irrelevant has gained new traction. Of course, these ideas aren't based in any sensible reality. The best Madison Avenue advertisers can make nearly anyone tear up when they use images of a mother who is a breast cancer patient needing an overpriced drug that a profit-driven pharmaceutical company is pushing. So it isn't hard to figure out why one of corporate America's most persistent marketing efforts, one that unifies all kinds of different sectors of employers, the marketing that attacks unions and continuously tars worker power, has the public suspicious, if not downright confused, about unions. It's important to debunk these ideas one by one. Assumption 1. Union membership and union dues are compulsory. While mandatory was once the fashionable word for the union avoidance industry, in the past couple of decades, a pollster must have discovered that compulsory has more traction. Just about everywhere you see a defamatory article about unions these days, you see the word compulsory. It's usually repeated for emphasis, as in, we object to compulsory union membership and compulsory dues and fines. Like other concepts spun by the right wing, the terminology has little to do with the truth. During the 12 years between 1935 and 1947, the era when workers built unions strong enough to rapidly reduce income inequality, it was possible for unions to have a closed shop, which meant that everyone in the workplace had to be a member of a particular union before being hired by a certain employer. Closed shops were, it's worth noting, the product of workers first deciding, by democratic majority votes, to form a union. Once workers in a given workplace had voted to unionize, they then negotiated a clause stating that any future workers had to be union members. In order to do this, workers had to find the union hall and sign up before applying for a job at a closed shop employer. These clauses were not merely provided for by the law. A majority of workers had to vote in a union and then negotiate for a closed shop. The Taft-Hartley Act, discussed in Chapter 2, made the closed shop illegal in 1947. After Taft-Hartley, private sector workers, but only in states that were not or are not right to work, can still negotiate what's called a union security clause into their own union contract with management. A union security clause can stipulate that once a worker is hired, he or she has a designated period, typically 30 days, to join the union and begin paying dues. But even still, these clauses are negotiated contract by contract, workplace by workplace. Weak unions don't generally have the ability to win this kind of clause in their agreements. For those workers who develop the kind of union strength it takes to win a union security clause, they then have the right to vote their proposed contracts up or down, meaning vote yes or no to ratification. Because of this, even workers who weren't working at a particular employer when the union was first formed get the opportunity every few years to vote on whether or not they still want to have a union security clause in their contract. Since all workers do have the right to vote on this more often than they get to vote for their mayor or the President of the United States, it seems obvious that when billionaire-funded right-wing organizations such as the National Right to Work Committee or the Mackinac Center or the Heritage Foundation call this compulsory, they are lying. In 1977, in a Bood v. Detroit Board of Education, the Supreme Court decided that workers in the public sector, employed by a government entity, could not be compelled by the majority actions of their co-workers to join the union, unlike their private sector counterparts. Invoking the First Amendment on the grounds that the employer was the government, the court ruled that if an individual worker chose not to become a member of a union that a majority of their coworkers voted to form, then they could pay a lesser amount than union dues, called an agency fee. The Supreme Court recognized that because every worker in a unionized setting benefits from the union, it would be fair that all workers contribute to the non-political aspects of the union's work. Since 1977, then, each union in the government or public sector has calculated a lesser fee for those who objected to becoming a member. The fee covered the cost of collective bargaining and representational assistance to non-union workers in a unionized workplace and excluded any donations to political causes or elections. Part of the rationale for the fee is that each union in the United States has what's called exclusive representation for whatever groups of workers vote to unionize with the union in their workplace, which means that the union is the sole entity that represents all unionized employees within a given workplace. Exclusive representation developed as an important strategy for unions after the passage of the National Labor Relations Act. Prior to the passage of the NLRA in the United States, employers often broke up unions by establishing company unions, which were distinct from independent trade unions because they were most often tools of management. Even if employers denied they had a hand in it, they would intimidate, offer preferential treatment to, and otherwise encourage the workers to set up an organization that they would claim was independent of the employer. The NLRA explicitly banned company unions, but to safeguard against softer versions of company unions, say, a situation in which management cajoled a few workers into forming an independent union, in exchange for a raise, unions demanded exclusive representation. The court said fine, but in exchange for securing the right to keep out competition from a weaker, invisible hand of the employer type union, then all workers had to be represented by the union. This concept, exclusive representation, carried over from the private sector to the public sector. For 41 years, Abood was considered settled law. Then rather suddenly, Justice Samuel Alito began to signal that he was inviting challenges to Abood. In 2016, the court deadlocked in a related case, Friedrichs versus the California Teachers Association, but only because Justice Antonin Scalia died before the decision. That case litigated the exact same question as the case that came 1 year later, in 2018, called Janus versus AFSCME. The newly appointed conservative justice, Neil Gorsuch, provided the fifth vote in a 5-4 decision that overturned Abood and abolished the agency shop, which meant no one has to pay a dime for the benefits of collective bargaining. The 1977 Abood case endured for 41 years because previous challenges failed. It's well worth reading the dissent by Justice Elena Kagan in the Janus case for a deeper understanding of just how blatantly politically motivated the Janus decision was. For example, she wrote, "There is no sugarcoating today's opinion. The majority overthrows a decision entrenched in this nation's law and in its economic life for over 40 years. As a result, it prevents the American people, acting through their state and local officials, from making important choices about workplace governance. And it threatens not to be the last. Speech is everywhere, a part of every human activity, employment, healthcare, securities trading, you name it. For that reason, almost all economic and regulatory policy affects or touches speech, so the majority's road runs long, and at every stop are black-robed rulers overriding citizens' choices. The First Amendment was meant for better things. It was meant not to undermine, but to protect democratic governance, including over the role of public sector unions." In addition, just weeks after the 2018 Janus decision, Mark Janus himself quit his job with the state of Illinois and went to work for the National Right to Work Committee. Enough said. To be crystal clear, since 1977, no worker employed by the government had to be a union member. Not Pamela Harris of Harris v. Quinn, not Mark Janus of Janus. They did not have to join or pay dues. The system was not broken. It was absurdly fair, in fact. In sum, then, no one is forced to join a union. Every few years, when workers renegotiate their contracts, they have a chance to vote on whether or not they have a union security clause when they vote to reject or ratify their contracts. That's only in the private sector, in states that are not right-to-work states. The only thing that strong union security clauses, voted on by members, forced was a steady decline in income inequality, because when everyone has to contribute to their union, unions have more money and can better compete with the bosses at work and the billionaires in politics. Now, in the public sector, any worker can join a union or not, pay dues or not, pay a fee or not. The public sector is the Wild West for employer bribery schemes and employer favoritism. To weaken or destroy a union, all managers have to do is invite workers into their offices one by one and promise workers a special raise or a better shift or their preferred vacation schedule if they drop their union membership. It's simple and it's corrosive. As of this writing, in the private sector, if workers are not in a right-to-work state, they still have the ability to negotiate a union security clause if they choose. There's a bevy of cases making their way now to the High Court, all intended to overturn other key aspects of labor law, including undoing exclusive representation. Given the conservative bent of the current Supreme Court, it won't be surprising if they soon outlaw membership and dues in the private sector too, and for that matter, collective bargaining. Nothing will be too extreme coming from today's Supreme Court, which is why organizing and strikes are the only real solution. Assumption 2. Unions are only for blue-collar workers. Employers frequently say that professionals don't need unions and imply that less skilled workers, which itself is a loaded judgment, might need them. This has never been true, and interestingly, white-collar workers, white-collar, typically referring to professionals who have some kind of college degree or special certification, have been organizing in droves the past few years. The National Education Association, the largest union of teachers in the United States, was founded in 1857. The American Nurses Association in 1897. The International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers, 1918. There are countless other examples. In fact, with many factories intentionally sent out of the United States to foreign shores to avoid unionization at home, the past decade has seen an explosion of union formation in the white-collar professions. Gabriel Winant, a historian finishing his doctorate at Yale, points out in a 2018 article, "Professionals are not wholly unique. After all workers exercise judgment. Every job requires skill, recognized or not, but autonomy from management has traditionally been an explicit part of the job description only for the credentialed. The reason, in fact, professionals are such rule followers is exactly because they must behave reliably to be trusted with this autonomy. Yet in recent years, this white-collar autonomy has been eroded. The testing regime imposed on public schools has routinized teaching. Nurses do paperwork rather than spend time bedside. The rise of contingent academic employment has eroded scholarly control over teaching and research, gutting the academic freedom once at the ethical core of the profession. In the past several years, two types of white-collar professionals in particular have been unionizing in record numbers: journalists and college professors. On college campuses, after 3 decades of austerity, of corporations and the rich paying less taxes and thus draining public university budgets, administrators have slashed the number of full-time tenure-track professors. This has led to huge downward mobility for new PhDs who are coming into teaching positions on college and university campuses. Many of these new young professors who teach a full workload are now adjuncts, which means they don't have any job security, have low wages, poor to no benefits, no academic freedom, and no path to tenure or permanency. In 1995, 75% of all teaching positions on college campuses were full-time and tenure-track, with only 25% of all positions as adjuncts. The concept of the adjunct professor decades back was to have a few positions on campus that enabled outside experts to come into the university and, for a semester, and for compensation that amounted to something more like an honorarium for their labor because they were employed elsewhere, offer their expertise from the field to students. 20 years later, by 2015, the reverse was true. 75% of all teaching positions are now temporary or adjunct positions. In June 2018, the Chronicle of Higher Education published an analysis of unionization and teaching contracts between 2010 and 2016 at 35 colleges and universities and reported adjunct faculty want salary increases at every institution we looked at, and that salary increases for the unionized full-time faculty were significantly above the average. Further, they found that unionizing improved working conditions across the board, from increased access to professional development to increased teaching resources to greater academic freedom. Likewise, a surge of organizing among journalists has been taking place among digital media. What began in 2015 with a union drive at Gawker, which owned Deadspin, Gizmodo, Jalopnik, and Jezebel, has mushroomed into a movement spreading to New York Magazine, BuzzFeed, Salon, Jacobin, Think Progress, and Law 360, to name a few. This unionization movement has even reached longtime major newspapers, including successful organizing drives at the Los Angeles Times and the Chicago Tribune. Union busters were hired in some of these campaigns, most egregiously at Gothamist and DNA Info, where, despite the union busters, the journalists voted to form a union. The next day, journalists woke up to the insanity that many other types of workers experience. The employer shut down the otherwise excellent websites because, in his own words in a published letter, he doesn't believe in unions. Like most workers pushed to the brink, white-collar workers realize they don't have much ability to make changes when up against a CEO or shareholders. One highly skilled registered nurse with whom I worked in contract negotiations, Alfredo Serrano, is a perfect example of the reasons white-collar workers form unions. In the case of nurses, it's generally to force management to hire more nurses in order to maintain a more balanced nurse-to-patient ratio, or safe staffing ratios, so that nurses can actually care for their patients. Serrano is an operating room nurse who works for the single largest hospital corporation in the United States and the world, the Healthcare Corporation of America, now HCA Healthcare, which owns more than 200 for-profit hospitals in the United States. Serrano and his colleagues work at Sunrise, a sprawling HCA hospital complex in the heart of Las Vegas. It includes a children's hospital with specialized pediatric care, a level 3 trauma unit, and outpatient clinics. To Serrano, the mentality of a nurse is to care for those in need. At least it should be. And most of us are doing this work because we want to care for those in need, meaning everyone, our entire team, and our community, not just our patient. Some nurses do come into the field with an elite professional attitude until someone shits all over them and they realize they are just a nurse in a big money-making system. Nearly all HCA facilities are in right-to-work states, where unions exist on a purely voluntary basis. This isn't an accident. It's part of HCA's strategic plan to operate in states with weaker union laws in order to profit off cheaper labor. This might be a good time to mention that the founding family and current major shareholders of HCA, a family from Tennessee named Frist, practiced a similar profit maximization strategy to grossly underpay workers and to control their income stream. Senator Bill Frist was elected as the majority leader of the U.S. Senate from 2003 to 2007 and decided how much his family business would be reimbursed by Medicare and Medicaid payments, which is the largest income stream to so-called private sector hospitals. Stacked deck? As I discussed in Chapter 2, professionals can choose to unionize with other professionals or to be part of a union with all other workers employed by the same company. While a lot of professionals are in unions with professionals in similar fields, from a strict analysis of power standpoint, as well as from the standpoints of social justice and solidarity building, that is a less effective option than unionizing with workers in the same sector who work for the same employer across all workers. The CIO understood this weakness back in 1935 and built stronger unions by uniting all types of workers who work for the same employer together under a single union. Winning a good union contract is about power and strategy. The more workers, the more leverage, the more power. Serrano's experience illustrates the brilliance of the CIO's approach even today. During negotiations, HCA routinely sets out to bust, or at least weaken, the workers by dividing and conquering them. HCA successfully pit nurses against non-nurses in their first union contract by offering the nurses considerably bigger raises in exchange for the nurses vocally supporting management's decision that the non-nurses would win far smaller raises and inferior benefits. It worked, and there was huge resentment between the workers for the next 4 years, which was the life of the collective agreement. This wasn't just bad for the workers. This affected patient care too, since caring for patients requires seamless cooperation of all the workers. You don't want to be a patient in a hospital where, say, the anesthesia tech hates the nurse or vice versa. You want high levels of communication and cooperation and respect between all staff. But when an organizer was hired and helped the workers understand that they could win more by standing together, the nurses built solidarity with the rest of the workers and won even bigger raises, and so did everyone else. The cooperation between all the workers at HCA improved dramatically. As I discussed in Chapter 1, this importance of solidarity building played out in the West Virginia education strike, where teachers won a 5% raise because non-teachers, such as bus drivers and cooks, walked out with them. The unity results in everyone getting even better contracts. In the case of Serrano and his colleagues, and the teachers and their colleagues, they secured their biggest raises in decades by working with the non-professional staff. Assumption 3. Unions are racist. Some unions in the United States have a long, storied history of racism. Because unions are composed of people, and the United States has a deep history of racializing its workforce, beginning with slaves, racism is a significant issue in many unions. As labor activist and author Bill Fletcher wrote, white workers are taught to prioritize their racial identity as white over their reality as part of the laboring classes and later as part of the working class. That's not an excuse. Unions, as institutions of the working class for the working class, should be held to a higher standard. Racism can be most apparent in construction-related unions, some of which are also plagued by rampant sexism, which I'll address more directly in another section. Overt racism was, and can still be, more transparent in the construction trades, primarily because of the structure of labor relations with employers. Unionized construction contractors need a big mix of skilled labor to erect, say, a big building. In the construction field, strong unions have the power and ability to win contracts where they stipulate that the workers who build or renovate a building, or road, or bridge, etc., shall be selected by the union for each construction job, not by the Human Resources Department at a company. These provisions create what's known as union hiring halls, functionally a casting call for jobs that typically takes place in physical union halls. When done well, hiring halls are the most powerful form of solidarity and relationship building possible because workers engage with their own organization face-to-face by going to the union hall to get a new gig. Workers understand that their good wages and benefits flow from their unity and commitment to one another. The flip side, which might already be obvious, is that when racists and sexists are added to the scenario, racism and sexism in the unions become immediately transparent. For instance, if there's an all-white and Italian workforce on a construction site in a highly diverse region, the union made the choice to hire those workers, not management. For much of my life in the labor movement, because I place such a premium on seeing the broader community as an extension of the power of the workers, I've listened to numerous African American ministers explain how their community was excluded from the union. Indeed, it was. But there's an equally powerful history of unions challenging racism and actively supporting the civil rights movement. There are also plenty of enlightened leaders in the construction field, and I've personally watched as the union becomes the primary mechanism in the workers' lives to help them to overcome racism. In the United Brotherhood of Carpenters, in their Southwest and Northeast regional district councils in this century, to name just two large unions in the midst of construction booms, the transformation from racist to anti-racist was extraordinary. Classes of Latinos and African Americans graduated from the all-important apprenticeship programs in high numbers, were placed on big jobs together with white workers, and forged solidarity in the union halls and worksite by worksite, helping overcome racism. In addition, some unions played very important roles in the civil rights movement. The National Healthcare Workers Union, District 1199, was birthed in the civil rights movement. Labor rights and civil rights were inextricable from each other. Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. themselves were frequently on union picket lines. As I mentioned in the last chapter, King was assassinated when he traveled to Memphis, where he went to support a strike by African American sanitation workers. The United Auto Workers, at the national level, was one of the biggest financial backers of the civil rights movement, although it has been criticized for not directly challenging racism on the shop floor. Although 1199, AFSCME, and the UAW were key players in the civil rights movement, perhaps the single best example of a union directly challenging racism from its earliest founding and among many white working-class people in the era of the Jim Crow South was the mighty United Packing House Workers of America. The UPWA later merged into the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, UFCW. There's an excellent book on this by Roger Horowitz titled Negro and White Unite and Fight, A Social History of Industrial Unionism in Meatpacking, in which the author details the lengths to which the UPWA directly and consistently tackled racism in its ranks and in its community. Headquartered in Chicago, the UPWA, like most anti-racist unions, was headed by left-wing leaders who understood that no division of the working class could be tolerated if workers were to overcome a deep and violent anti-worker, anti-union tradition in the United States. In 1952, the union surveyed their members in the South to understand issues workers wanted addressed in upcoming contract negotiations. The survey results revealed that nearly all Southern whites didn't want to work with blacks or share eating facilities. Dismayed by the results, but determined to use the union as a social tool for undoing racism, according to Horowitz, the union committed to a radical, bold anti-discrimination project. It established a new department with substantial financial resources dedicated to ending discrimination and put a top vice president of the union, who was African American, in charge of this effort. Horowitz writes, the UPWA's expanded anti-discrimination program had three broad areas. First, unionists identified discriminatory practices in their own plants and tried to correct them. This included integrating lily-white departments and dressing rooms and ending hiring discrimination against black workers. Second, locals attacked discriminatory practices in their communities, primarily restrictions on Black access to bars, restaurants, and public facilities, and also employment restrictions by local businesses. Finally, packing house workers consciously worked with and influenced community-based institutions, especially the NAACP. This last point matters because integrating class and race is a two-way effort. Back then, the NAACP and the Urban League were focused on what historian Eric Gelman calls the talented 10th, which was a strategy of advancing the most elite African Americans through politeness and friendly negotiation. This wasn't an effective tactic. Gelman's historical research highlights the work of the National Negro Congress, a Black liberation movement associated with the Communist Party and founded in early 1936 on the heels of the passage of the NLRA. The NNC set out to build a bottom-up working-class civil rights movement by partnering with the CIO and placing Black organizers in key CIO unions so that as they built factory power, they were tackling racism and economic exploitation as one struggle. The Packing House Union even addressed specific actions to support Black women, not only Black men, in the workforce. In the Chicago locals, they began to use the non-discrimination clauses in contracts to force plants to hire Black women, not just white women. Given their effectiveness, UPWA, along with all left-led unions that were addressing racism, was singled out as a target by McCarthyism's ideological witch hunts. The very unions that did address structural racism were attacked by elite power racists using other structures, the Cold War, Congress, and the Taft-Hartley Act, to eradicate leaders who understood unions as a social force for ending discrimination. There are plenty of examples like this that are less well known, perhaps because corporate media covers businesses more than they cover unions, thus helping erase the rich and radical traditions of unions as a force for challenging racism. Given that the motivation for the Taft-Hartley Act was primarily about Southern whites understanding unions as the biggest threat to Jim Crow, it seems rather evident that unions were, in fact, challenging racism in profound ways. As political scientist, community organizer, and former MSNBC host Dorian Warren points out, organizations shape political identity and behavior. For white men in America, across class, the difference between whether they vote Democratic or Republican, conservative or progressive, can be summed up by whether they belong to a union or a church. This has always been true, but in our current context of the rise of a nativist, racist, white identity politics, the crucial role of unions in shaping political interest and voting behavior for white Americans, and especially white men, is more important than ever. Assumption 4. Unions are sexist. Of course, some unions are sexist for the same reasons that they are racist. Union formation is a product of a sexist society. The reality, however, is that women have long done significantly better by having a union than by not having a union. Because of the intentional strategic offshoring and thus dismantling of the unionized domestic private sector discussed in Chapter 2, there's a huge and growing asymmetry in the percentage of unionized workers in the public sector, which is now a sector that is chiefly staffed by women versus the private sector. This means that the once male-dominated union movement is about to be a female-dominated union movement. According to one new report by the National Bureau of Economic Research, currently 47% of all unionized employees in the U.S. and 53% in Canada are women. A typical union worker today is more likely to be a female teacher or nurse with a university degree than a male factory worker with only a high school education. If you look at the differential pay and benefits for women who are unionized, and for that matter, people of color as well as women of color, Everyone in a union is better compensated. According to the most recent data, the comparison of union to non-union wages across all people in the United States is $1,041 to $829 weekly. When it comes to family supporting health care coverage, 76.6% of unionized women are covered versus only 51.4% for non-union women. The weekly wages of unionized women are $942 compared to $723 for their non-union counterparts. Latinas within unions take home on average $739 per week, compared with those who don't, whose paycheck is considerably less, $520 a week, a 42.1% improvement with a union. Many factors contribute to the disparity, including education levels, sectors of the economy, and geography. But the simple fact is that unions create real economic advantages for all categories of workers. Pay and compensation transparency are greatly improved when workers are unionized because most union contracts have full pay transparency. Here's an example that illustrates how a good union is the best way to tackle both racism and sexism head-on. On April 10, 2018, during the morning news on New York City's NPR station, there was a story about Equal Pay Day, the day each year when women finally catch up to the amount of pay that men doing the same work had received on December 31st of the year before. In 2018, for white women, that date was April 10th. For black women, that day didn't come until August. Reporter Shamita Basu interviewed Joy Cheney, executive director of the Equal Pay Today campaign. Cheney argued that one solution to the problem, the solution they were making their focus in 2018, is pay transparency, encouraging workers and employers to be open about how much they are paid. In closing, Basu appealed to listeners. If you work somewhere where you and your coworkers know at least roughly what each other makes, call and tell us how you learned that information. Is it a company policy? Did you figure it out through informal channels? Leave us a voicemail. There was no mention of the word union during the broadcast, or even a hint that Basu had an inkling that pay transparency is a part of every good union contract. Here's the reality. Under the National Labor Relations Act, every unionized worker with collective bargaining rights may submit, through their union, what's called an information request as they prepare for negotiations. Anything involving pay and working conditions can be requested, and the employer must answer in a timely fashion. Failure on the part of the employer to respond to a union information request can result in legal charges and fines, as it would constitute what's called an unfair labor practice, or a ULP, in union lingo. Plenty of employers stall, resist, and more in actually turning over the information, but eventually they must. The results can be shocking and can reveal long-standing patterns of racism, sexism, favoritism, and retaliation. I witnessed this personally in late August 2016 in Philadelphia, where I was serving as the chief negotiator in contract talks between 1,000 nurses and their employer. I was negotiating alongside Marie Celestine, a quiet and demure 4-foot, 10-inch black nurse who worked in pre-admission testing. Celestine had been working at her hospital for 40 years. She was among the most tenured nurses in the hospital, and she commanded the respect of her colleagues for her decades of dedication to her patients. Pre-admission testing nurses are calm by training, if not by nature, because they are the nurse a patient sees as they prepare for an operation. The patients are often scared, and the pre-admit nurse isn't just performing a litany of tests to assess physical readiness. She's also holding her patient's hands and carefully explaining that everything will be fine. We had developed a quick Excel spreadsheet tool using data supplied by the hospital that allowed each worker to type in their name to see their pay compared with that of all other workers in their shift, their unit, by years of service, by years of experience. When Celestine saw her pay rate compared with those of 1,000 other nurses, almost all were considerably younger and more recently hired, she finally broke. She was making thousands of dollars less annually than her mostly white juniors. 40 years of acting as a well-behaved woman, the social conditioning she learned in life as a young black woman raised in the era of Jim Crow and in nursing school, where the creed, service above self, is administered to nursing students as steadily as an IV drips medicine, unraveled as she stared at my computer screen, shocked by the disparity. Finally, she looked up from the spreadsheet. Under our merit pay system, you get rewarded based on how your managers rate your attitude, she told me. I've been denied the merit raises for most of my entire lifetime at this hospital. Celestine is highly skilled and has the patience of a saint, so it seems her being black was the only possible explanation for why she'd been denied merit pay increases. Over the course of the next 6 months of weekly negotiations, which took up to 12 hours a day, she never missed a session. Her mission from that point forward was to wrest control of her life away from the management team. At the fourth negotiation session, on September 28, 2016, Celestine stood up tall and made a presentation to the management team about the racist nature of the merit pay system. By the end of the collective bargaining process, Celestine won a fair and equal wage scale, eliminated the abusive merit pay system, and ended racial disparities, securing 100% parity between men and women. When people can easily see that a black woman, such as Marie Celestine, is making far less than a white woman, or a white woman is earning less than a male colleague with comparable education and even less experience doing the same work, but whom the employer hired many years later, there's immediate grounds for a unionized woman, and in this case, a unionized woman of color, to take action. Non-union nurses who are unaware of how their employer is playing favorites or merely paying according to the manager's mood the day the person walked in to negotiate an individual versus collective hire agreement is at a serious disadvantage. Even if a National Mandatory Pay Transparency Act passed Congress, don't hold your breath, that wouldn't give women the right to sit united at the negotiations table and demand equal and fair pay the way union negotiators can and do. A union contract creates the vehicle for women to be armed with knowledge and the ability to do something about generally lousy conditions at work, including childcare, dependent coverage and health care, maternity leave, and the ability to control their own schedules. The Hands-Off, Pants-On campaign, discussed in Chapter 1, is another example of how unions create the terrain for women to engage in immediate problem-solving. In the case of the Hands-Off campaign, by effectively challenging sexual harassment. In 2018, unionized graduate workers fought for and won path-breaking anti-sexual harassment language, including at the University of California and the University of Connecticut, to name just two. You can find shelves lined with books about gender, class, gender and class, gender, class, and race, and their relationship to unions and vice versa. On the subject of women in labor, there's probably no author who has handled it more comprehensively than Dorothy Sue Cobble. She's written volumes on the complicated history of women fighting for their own needs through their unions in the 1930s up to the beginning of second-wave feminism, when mostly white and middle-class women began what they called the women's movement. The result was huge tension in upper-class women making proclamations that were often amazingly tone-deaf to working-class women. In her seminal book, The Other Women's Movement, Workplace Justice and Social Rights in Modern America, Cobble lifts the history of working-class women fighting for gender justice inside and through their unions and gives it a name: labor feminism. She outlines the many achievements won by women in unions, including more recent ones, such as John F. Kennedy's 1961 establishment of the President's Commission on the Status of Women, which contributed to the passage of the Equal Pay Act, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, and amendments to the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA. More privileged women, like those who wrote the still unpassed Equal Rights Amendment, failed to seriously consider the needs of working-class women who had spent decades winning specific union-negotiated protections that the ERA would have abolished, creating an unnecessary and damning class division in the women's movement. This is also covered well in a more academic book, Jane Mansbridge's Why We Lost the ERA. Unfortunately, some of this same tension was on display in the largest protest in national history, the Women's March in Washington, D.C. on January 21, 2017, one day after Trump's inauguration. 1 week before the march, I was interviewed on an NPR-affiliated radio station, along with one of the national march organizers. When the radio show's host asked about whether the demands of the march would include the right to unionize, the representative of the march replied, "I don't know a thing about that. Unions aren't my department." I wanted to scream or cry or both, but in any case, I did point out that the reaction was a serious problem. Today, with women-dominated fields growing, including societally urgent ones such as home health care, the future of the union movement is even more so the future of the women's movement, if only women will unite together. Assumption 5. Unions are anti-environment. In the polarized United States, recent discussions about the climate crisis have fixated on the Green New Deal proposed by Congress member Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Ed Markey. Headlines have alternated between descriptions of the resolution's clear vision and more skeptical assessments of its prospects, including from important potential backers. AFL-CIO criticizes Green New Deal, calling it not achievable or realistic. The backdrop to the debates raging in the first quarter of 2019 have been a catastrophic series of extreme storms predicted by climate scientists since the 1980s. So-called bomb cyclones hit the Midwest, massive rainstorms battered California after a devastating wildfire season, and killer tornadoes hit the South, wiping out crops. Tragically, people are dying because of the lack of preparation in dealing with the crisis. And although a letter from the AFL-CIO criticizing the GND may seem like a willful refusal to face the scale of the crisis, we need considerably more than a bold vision to get labor to come out swinging for the Green New Deal. It simply doesn't matter that well-intentioned, progressive environmentalists reject the divisive frame of jobs versus environment. The progressive environmentalists have yet to prove they can move from rhetoric to reality about good, unionized, green jobs. There have always been union leaders who care deeply about ecological issues and who put safeguarding the natural environment on equal footing with allowing workers to win a decent, if not great, quality of life. Likewise, there have always been unions that ally with environmentalists. The best example from the 1970s through the early 1990s was, amazingly, the Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers Union. The OCAW leadership, particularly its longtime president, Tony Mazzocchi, understood perhaps more than most that their industries were killing their members and the planet. They worked hard to fight for a just transition, which was a 1970s forerunner of the Green New Deal. OCAW was arguably the most important organization in the fight to pass the Occupational Safety and Health Act, OSHA, in 1970. It remains a key lever in efforts to prevent, understand, and fix issues relating to environmental hazards and contamination. OCAW was also a significant player in the fight to win the federal Superfund law, an accountability program that requires corporations to fund the cleanups of their environmental contamination. In 1986, OCAW and other unions worked with community-based organizations to get Congress to amend the Superfund Act with a provision that most billionaires fought tooth and nail, the Right to Know Amendment. That law revolutionized people's understanding of what chemical poisons are being used by companies in their communities. Up until the law's passage, major corporations avoided responsibility for their actions by claiming they weren't responsible for massive fish die-offs, children and adult cancer clusters, and other illnesses. Workers with and through the union in the polluting industries themselves provided essential information that helped the coalition finally win the law's passage. The amendment is credited with sparking the environmental justice movement. For the first time, activists could prove the correlation between polluting industries and their proximity to communities of color. Demands for real climate justice got a welcome boost in the spring of 2019 when youth walked out of schools worldwide on March 15th, urged to go on strike by 16-year-old Greta Thunberg from Sweden. Images in mainstream and social media were constellated with pictures of young people marching into plazas across the world, confronting intransigent elected officials and speaking truth to power. Youth has always brought two essential ingredients to social movements: moral compass and an exciting, unique form of energy. Their goals are brilliant, and they are uncompromising. But to halt and reverse the carbon economy, save the planet, and create a future with jobs that youth will look forward to requires far more power and a serious strategy. To win, we must heed the advice from union organizer Nato Green. In a March 2019 article about how public service unions, like the one he works for, local SEIU 1021 in California, can and must negotiate for climate justice, he wrote, "Any seasoned union campaigner worth her salt loves a contract fight because it has a hard deadline that focuses everyone's attention, expiration, and a strike threat. Climate science gives us a new deadline and an opportunity to show that we're up to the task. We have 12 years. Green is certainly right that good union organizers love a contract fight. If we take the 12 years outlined in the recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report as our deadline for drastically cutting carbon emissions, what's a credible plan to win by 2030? For people serious about winning really hard fights, and there are virtually none more difficult than tackling the fossil fuel industry, making a plan starts by conducting comprehensive power structure analysis and building a real war room. The fight to save the planet is indeed a war, one that so far has been won by the Koch brothers and their ilk. Our side needs to get used to militaristic language because what we've been doing, being polite and attending big orderly marches, isn't saving the planet or creating a fair and just economy. It's wishful thinking to imagine otherwise. During the past 40 years, environmental groups have relied on advocacy, mobilizing, and legal strategies instead of doing the much harder, more powerful work of building a mass movement. The result has been an environmental movement with little in the way of a popular base, easily scapegoated as elitist and thus lacking the power needed to win. One recent important example of unions tackling the climate crisis started when unions in New York sat down in 2014 to do something serious about climate change. According to Vincent Alvarez, the president of the New York City Central Labor Council, the official body of the largest regional organization of the AFL-CIO in the country, we took a look at the frustrating discourse and inaction on climate issues that was taking place in Washington, D.C., and decided that we wanted to get something done on the ground that tackled the climate and inequality crises. We wanted to build a program that could start actually making measurable improvements in building a more resilient climate, addressing the dual crisis of climate change and inequality. Alvarez explains that rather than focusing on the 10% of the issues that are divisive, such as the Keystone Pipeline and fracking, the issues that have garnered the most media attention in the climate fight thus far, it makes more sense to start with the 90% of the issues that environmentalists and unions can easily agree on, including infrastructure, public transportation, and energy production. But before we can address the 10% that divides unions from environmentalists need to demonstrate, with real actions, that they can help win high-quality union jobs in these three sectors. In the absence of concrete evidence that we can actually produce realistic alternatives to pipelines, the fossil fuel lobby will continue to drive division. Lara Skinner, the executive director of the Worker Institute, who has been driving the New York State Union Climate Jobs Initiative, says that establishing a union-only working group on climate was central to making progress. Skinner, like many unionists who care deeply about climate change, spent several years racking her brain trying to bring environmentalists and unionists together. The fight to block the construction of the Keystone XL pipeline in the late Obama years made headlines but led to tensions and fissures in a budding blue-green movement. The fossil fuel lobby dug into the protests against the Keystone pipeline, using it as a wedge issue to turn workers against environmentalists by making it seem as if the environmentalists were trying to take away jobs. Environmentalists played into the fossil fuel lobby's messaging by arguing in lengthy diatribes that there were fewer jobs at stake in the KXL fight than the industry claimed. But that wasn't the point. Coming out of a massive recession that had hammered the working class, wiping out savings, pensions, 401ks, and the value of houses, and bringing new construction to a standstill, high-paying union jobs were hard to come by. Debating exactly how many workers would lose those jobs played right into the boss's hands. Environmentalists seemed willing to accept job loss as collateral damage. Instead of nitpicking how many workers would keep suffering the effects of the recession, the environmental movement should have doubled down on lifting up the many infrastructure projects in states along the pipeline route and pushed back with shovel-ready jobs as a real alternative. But as some doors were closing because of the divisive nature of the fight, others opened. A few months after the height of Keystone descent, Hurricane Sandy hit. According to Skinner, Sandy drove home to union members in New York City how serious the issue was. And Irene had hit upstate New York, and everyone was realizing how unprepared we were for what's coming. The storms created an opening for what Skinner and her team realized had to be a union-only discussion about climate change. Environmentalists pay lip service to green jobs, but consistently underestimate how seriously unions take high-quality, really good union jobs. So in 2014, a group of New York unions, whose members were hit hard up and down the state by Sandy, decided to start a process to educate themselves about the climate crisis. They formed a working group that included unions key to the solutions in the energy, transport, and infrastructure sectors, as well as the public service unions. They committed to meet once per quarter and to start by educating themselves by bringing in climate scientists to better understand the threats. As part of their self-education, the unions took a delegation from New York to Denmark, hosted by Danish unions. According to Alvarez, it was really important to get beyond the discussion and witness firsthand and meet with unionized Danish workers in the manufacturing plants to see how the transition to wind power was experienced by and embraced by the Danish union workers. In just 3 years, the working group produced a groundbreaking report co-authored by Skinner titled Reversing Inequality, Combating Climate Change, a Climate Jobs Program for New York State. The report, comprehensive, smart, with buy-in from all key unions, should serve as a blueprint for what ought to happen state by state and nationally. The unions quickly transitioned from the report to action, using union power to secure a huge victory. New York will get half its total energy needs met by renewable offshore wind power by 2035. Worth $50 billion so far, the agreement they won contains a union jobs guarantee known as a Project Labor Agreement, or PLA. There's no other state, let alone a big one, that has a concrete plan to reduce by half its reliance on fossil fuels that fast. It happened because, as Skinner says, unions educated themselves and got really clear on what we need to seriously get to scale on green jobs. Green jobs plans must be driven by the people who will do the work. A real war room to win the Green New Deal must start with unions doing what unions did in New York. Take initiative, be dead serious about the issue, educate themselves, and use their own knowledge and power to scale up and make a credible plan to win. Unions in New York did not sit around complaining, waiting to be invited to some half-assed policy table where everyone talks past one another and nothing much gets done while opponents continue to drive wedges that leave lasting wounds. The deal for the most radical conversion from fossil fuels in the United States to date happened in New York precisely because the unions had the power to shift public subsidies, that's taxes, into a deal that enabled them to meet both scientific standards for emissions reduction and the good unionized wage and benefit standards that members expect and are willing to fight for. Both are key to shifting the economy at the pace and scale needed. There's plenty of money to make a Green New Deal happen. Investigative journalist Christian Parenti has recently pointed out that corporations are currently sitting on $4.8 trillion in cash, a subset of the $22.1 trillion they hoard. That money could be used to quickly transition the economy to a robust, unionized green economy, one that can reproduce a dignified quality of life for workers of the future and end the destructive jobs versus the environment debate. But to access that money, it takes real power and know-how, the kind of authority that unions in New York still have, along with a few other major states. To rebuild union power elsewhere, the environmental movement will have to stand up and fight alongside them. Really fight, not just talk about green jobs. That means actively throwing their support behind workers' right to strike and actively backing workers. That kind of organizing and the power it builds will be necessary to raise taxes on the rich versus just talking about it, and make progress on shifting federal subsidies away from fossil fuels and towards a safe, resilient economy that works for humans and our planet. And it will be necessary to quickly rebuild the environmental movement by shifting away from what's now clearly a losing strategy of litigation and advocacy toward building a real base of mass support and the power that comes with it. To actually institute a Green New Deal means rebuilding a robust public sector. A robust public sector means a future filled with good jobs for women and people of color. But the right-wing attacks on what's left of the public sector and its unions will continue. It's not too late for environmentalists and all progressive allies to forcefully stand with workers and their unions, but there's no time to waste. Asking workers to save the planet by killing the few remaining high-quality jobs is a losing strategy. So too is asking people to blindly support the corporate class's agenda of creating jobs that kill the planet and line the pockets of the 1%. The sooner Greens and Unionists realize this, the better for both of them and all of us. Assumption 6. Unions are corrupt. So, who was responsible for the crash of the global economy in 2008? Who plundered decades of savings of an entire generation by playing fast and loose with others' money and never went to jail for it? Which CEOs are gutting the pension funds of coal miners, stealing money that the workers actually earned for decades as they made profits for their employers? Not labor leaders. When the image of a corrupt union pops into your head, it's usually because there's a corrupt employer in predictable sectors such as trucking, cargo shipping, and construction. Corrupt employers seek to create corrupt unions, and sometimes it works. Most people can conjure an image of Jimmy Hoffa, but can't name one corrupt corporate CEO from the waste hauling or transport and logistics business. Though some union members and bosses are corrupt, of the many issues confronting unions, corruption plays a bit part at best. Corporations prefer to have no unions, but if there has to be one, it seems that on the whole, corporations prefer to have corrupt ones for at least two reasons. One, they are easier to deal with than confronting a democratic union where tens, hundreds, or thousands of workers actually have the power to make real demands. Two, They are convenient punching bags to drag out in public for the media whenever actually good unions are making progress when confronting employers. Two excellent books that deal with this topic with nuance and finesse are Reds or Rackets, The Making of Radical and Conservative Unions on the Waterfront, and Left Out, Reds in America's Industrial Unions. In each, the authors outline that corruption in unions, where it exists, generally starts with corrupt employers that find willing partners in their generally more conservative unions. Conservative unions, by nature, aren't particularly democratic. The kind of union that can accept bribes and sign contracts that are bad for workers, their families, and communities are by definition unions that don't engage in broad democratic decision-making that involves transparent and open processes. In a highly democratic organization, getting away with corruption would be hard. That's yet another reason why all workers should insist that their own unions operate in the open. I've long said most unions are decent if not good, and some are great. But when it comes to accusations of corruption, which is rare in the scheme of things, it's more often that unions are what I describe not as corrupt, but as morally or ethically bankrupt. To be clear, big corporations have way more issues with corruption and being morally and ethically bankrupt than unions. But there certainly are unions that collect worker money and do nothing much with it but ring up fancy restaurant tabs, pay exorbitant salaries to the top echelon of staff, and create a family business where those pulling in the big money are the sons, daughters, siblings, and in-laws of the person in charge. These folks hire lawyers who might even do a good job defending a fired worker here and there, and maybe even win contracts with decent wages, but not much else. In Reds or Rackets, author Howard Kimmeldorf documents that the more radical and democratic dockworkers' unions on the West Coast could never be bribed because their demands weren't simple demands. They were less interested in big raises than in demanding that workers wouldn't be injured or crushed by faulty machinery. That kind of demand can't be easily satisfied by a bribe or payoff to a handful at the top. In contrast, the Conservative Union of Dockworkers on the East Coast was easy to bribe. Its officials wanted personal wealth and could control the impulses of the rank and file by getting many employers to buy labor peace with big raises. But that was it. Don't ask about trivial matters like safety, health care, or work hours and schedules. Governance is a huge issue for all forms of democratic organizations. Good governance mechanisms can help severely constrain corrupt or bankrupt unionism and enable the best kind of unions. That brings us to the next subject. Assumption 7. Unions are old-fashioned. Along with liberal and progressive, and even young radical, gripes concerning unions, anti-environmentalism, sexism, and racism, the next most common complaint is that unions are old-fashioned or last century. But it's no truer than any other common anti-union slur. There's almost nothing monolithic about unions. The singular aspect of unions that's true, except with the abjectly corrupt ones, such as the previous waste hauler example, is that without them, workers are way worse off. Accusations that unions are old-fashioned are often the byproduct of the long PR war against unions, or a product of ignorance about the many good unions workers have built, which are responsible for many gains that have long been taken for granted. It's hard to think of any human institution that doesn't run the risk of becoming inflexible or worse. The more recent fad of horizontalism, organizations in which no one has authority over anyone else, might seem attractive until you realize that demands for non-hierarchical organizations are themselves old demands. A classic article that emerged out of the 1970s second-wave feminist movement, The Tyranny of Structurelessness, by sociologist Joe Freeman, identified many contradictions of what is today often called horizontalism, including that only wealthy people have time to sit through unstructured meetings that last way too long, and that people with more educational experience and more confidence often come to dominate precisely because there is no structure. As she wrote, we need to understand why structurelessness does not work. Within unions, there's long been a left and democratic culture and practice that emphasizes a specific kind of transparency that seems to work well. For example, in 1199, the union's constitution guarantees all workers the right to participate in collective bargaining. In addition to having the ability to partake in and bear witness to the development of their own union contract, workers know pretty much everything about their union. For example, 1199's Constitution stipulates that the highest paid people in the union have their salaries and compensation set based on the average pay rate of what the members make under their union contracts with the employers. This is quite different from similar wording in other union constitutions that links the full-time officials and staff to the ranks. If the language doesn't specify the average, the union position holders could be looking at the highest paid worker on triple overtime, tying their pay to that one worker, and claim, our pay rates are tied to the ranks. While it would be a factually honest statement, it would be disingenuous at the same time. The latter version of tying union officials' pay to the ranks also creates odd incentives for a union official to want to stay in their higher-paying union position than return to their actual job in the ranks. The kinds of mechanisms that exist in the Constitution of 1199 or other highly democratic unions should be safeguarded within a union as strongly as unions should be safeguarded in a democracy. The most dynamic modern unions rely on very democratic mechanisms. Most important, as will be shown in chapters 5 and 6, workers are building new democratic unions and also reforming do-nothing or corrupt unions and making them great again. Unions are institutions. If the best workers run them, they are great. If the best workers take a back seat and decide to let someone else worry about the union, well, then the union will become a lot less than it should be and a lot less than is needed. For further reading, see Bill Fletcher's book, They're Bankrupting Us and 20 Other Myths About Unions. Chapter 4. Are unions still relevant? Press coverage of the industry was boosterish and sedulously uninvestigative, as journalists tended to embrace Google's old "Don't be evil" motto as a factual description of its aims. But the gap between tech theory and tech practice has grown increasingly difficult to ignore. Many now know the tech elite as a hive of misogynists and sociopaths, and their companies to be indiscriminate vacuums of sensitive personal data that they package and sell to the nation's intelligence agencies and the Trump campaign. Alex Press, 2018. Silicon Valley positioned and promoted itself as the vanguard of a utopian future where liberated global citizens groove to music on the very latest iPhone and have time to rock climb, hang glide, write poetry, paint, and tap their personal creativity. Workers would be liberated from boring traditional jobs, free to work whenever and for whoever they wanted. No longer would the status quo go unchallenged. It's time to move fast and break things, as Mark Zuckerberg says. Thus far, the biggest things they've broken include standard social norms, like looking people in the eye when you're commuting and, say, starting up a conversation, not to mention our democracy. But from its beginnings, the tech industry, now a key driver of today's economy and therefore politics, has engaged in union busting, facilitated a worsening climate disaster, and reproduced the centuries-old big corporate behaviors that made a few people filthy rich while impoverishing everyone else. They've done this with some of the most sophisticated public relations campaigns, and along the way, created their own new media source, one that distracts grown-ups and kids alike with funny cat videos on little screens, or, less funny, with much less innocent posts and memes that confirm people in their worst resentments, fears, prejudices, jealousies, hatreds, anti-social media. A significant part of their public relations strategy relies on the suggestion that unions are no longer relevant to the structure of today's workforce. These doubts are part of a larger conversation about the future of work, which is usually characterized by two ideas: the adoption of automation in the workplace and the rise of the gig economy. Bullshit. Unions are perfectly flexible enough to adjust to different types of employment structures. Look at the difference between the building and construction trades discussed in Chapter 3 and, say, a hospital. Both workplaces are served equally well by unions. So it shouldn't be a surprise that Uber and Lyft drivers have turned to the idea of building a union, especially after an official study commissioned by the City of New York showed that 85% of them are earning below minimum wage. Or for 20,000 Google workers to walk out in a giant collective action in the fall of 2018 when they realized their individual employment contracts prevented them from addressing sexual harassment and gender equity issues. The big tech claims to be disrupting the status quo and innovating ways to make our lives better. Disruption, like its predecessors globalization and automation, is essentially synonymous with the downward harmonization of the quality of life of all workers. As I followed the story of one tech worker's career in Silicon Valley, I learned firsthand about the quasi-progressive rhetoric and false workplace chumminess that cloaked worker exploitation. But it isn't just the tech sphere that faces these challenges. Silicon Valley's influence is having a spillover effect. College and university professors now have the same lack of job security or fair wages as Uber drivers, fast food workers, and the like. With the disruption of the traditional workplace, backed by strong and consistent public relations telling us so, and oodles of think tanks and foundation dollars suggesting that some new thing will fix the mess, many people think that unions aren't nimble enough to address the changing demands of work today. But for workers, nothing could be further from the truth. Now these disrupted workers, adjuncts on campuses, coders, platform workers, journalists, and more, are beginning to fight back, and unions are at the heart of these responses. Though the new activist right-wing Supreme Court is backing, if not leading, every attack on worker power, one important 2018 court case that skirted under the radar crucially reinforced that today, as in the past, workers have just one choice: to reconcile differences of race, ethnicity, and gender, and create effective, unbreakable class solidarity through building the best kind of unions, democratic, bottom-up, with the power to force the billionaire class to share. Silicon Valley Technology. Taylor Hesselgrave, California. When Taylor Hesselgrave was in her teens, she dreamed of becoming a globe-trotting international businesswoman. Both her parents had traveled extensively before having children, and Hesselgrave inherited the need to explore the world gene. She was raised by her single mother with a lot of support from her mom's sister. At age 14, Hesselgrave took off to Japan for a year-long high school exchange program. Having Japanese language skills made good business sense to her. When, 4 years later, she started her undergraduate degree at the University of Washington in 2005, she majored in economics with 2 minors, Japanese and women's studies. The economics, to her young thinking, would set her up for a future MBA, and Japanese language skills would make her marketable in the workplace. Everything had a logic to Hesselgrave. By Hesselgrave's 3rd year in college, she traveled to India on a study abroad program. She went to a lecture by an Indian professor who identified himself as an ecological economist. As he spoke, she felt herself reconsidering her entire academic career. 2 years of academic studies in which she tried to reconcile business classes with her women's studies unraveled. The Indian economist made it really simple by just explaining that things aren't valued properly in the formal economy, and that's why there's so much trouble in the world. It was so clarifying. She began to see the glaring omissions from her economics and business courses, including women's unpaid labor as they raised kids and managed the home, and extractive industries like coal, in which corporations cause both massive pollution and huge human health crises, but don't have to pay for any of it. In traditional economics, these costs are considered externalities, and the bills for these unaccounted big-ticket material items are left on the tab of ordinary taxpayers. She returned to the University of Washington and finished her undergraduate degree, but hatched a new plan that would draw on her 4 years of studies. She was headed to graduate school for ecological economics. By 2010, Hesselgrave had her master's from the University of Edinburgh and was ready to put her degree to work. She soon landed a job she loved, working as a researcher for an environmental organization called EcoTrust. It is a think and do tank in Portland, Oregon, and its vision is to be a catalyst for radical practical change. While at EcoTrust, she researched a path to a more sustainable planet, one that valued and included the full cost of production and that could also turn a profit. Her first big assignment was contributing to a major report that backed the claim that if the Environmental Protection Agency permitted mining in the pristine Alaskan waters of Bristol Bay in the Bering Sea, it would allow the destruction of the largest wild salmon population left in the world. It was the kind of campaign that even stalwart Republicans, such as the longest-serving Republican senator in history at the time, Alaska's Ted Stevens, could get behind because the coalition strategically included hunters, sport fisher folks, and Native Alaskan tribes in its decision-making. The data for this project was voluminous. The more she crunched the data, the more she loved working with the macros in the Excel spreadsheet and data program. The more analysis she did, the more she worked with computer programmers at EcoTrust. The programmers often told her that she was so good with macros that she was basically coding. She asked EcoTrust to invest more in her by paying for her to attend Excel trainings, and they agreed. She then enrolled in an evening course to learn a real coding language called Python. Python is beginner-friendly, and there's a big learning community built around it in meetups, said Hesselgrave. So I found a great support meetup in Portland called PyLadies for women learning Python. Hesselgrave, at that point in her 5th year at EcoTrust, appreciated the congeniality of the PyLadies and loved learning Python. At an annual staff retreat, she realized that most of her colleagues at EcoTrust were on their 4th or 5th or 6th job. This was her first job, and she'd been there for 5 solid years, which for millennials can feel like the equivalent of a century. Something clicked for Hesselgrave. She loved her coworkers and her job, but she was ready for a new challenge. The PyLadies told her about a well-regarded coding boot camp for women called Hackbright in San Francisco. The first thing you see on Hackbright's website is an image of a smiling woman, a software engineer at Dropbox and Hackbright alumna, with text that reads, 800 women have done it. You can too. Another link declares, a community is waiting for you. The video on Hackbright's homepage is enthralling. It's not hard to see why a young woman like Hesselgrave would jump at the opportunity to apply. The introductory video says it's the Bay Area's #1 all-women's coding school, putting you right in the heart of the Silicon Valley tech scene. The scenes and background images throughout the short recruitment video feature beautiful, cheery women from different ethnic backgrounds, radiating empowerment. Their mission is to change the ratio by removing any barriers that might stop a woman from wanting to become a software engineer. A student of the program, Olivia, looks right at the camera and says, I am so happy to be in this program with fantastic, powerful, go-getter women. We need women in tech, and here's the place to get you the education. It's hard to not notice how often the video uses the words empowering, supportive, and nurturing. The application process is highly competitive, and it's a steep financial commitment, Tuition is $15,000 for the 3-month boot camp, and there's no time for side jobs. But Hesselgrave thought, hell, I've already basically taught myself Python. In conversations with her brother, who was also interested in tech work, the two made the decision to move to San Francisco together. After their father's death, it had become their goal to live in the same city again. They moved into an Airbnb while Hesselgrave did the intensive 3-month Hackbright Academy. It was January 2015, and life was great. A lot of the teachers and mentors at Hackbright work at sponsoring companies who lend time and contribute to the scholarship funds in exchange for getting first crack at the hiring pool of women who are desperately needed in tech. Hackbright's website states that by 2024, there will be 480,000 new jobs for women in tech. Hesselgrave was determined to land one, as was everyone in her class. She loved everything about Hackbright, but as the program drew to a close, the atmosphere became more competitive as students jockeyed for the same jobs. Just after they graduated, in early April 2015, Hackbright set up a meet and greet between the graduates and companies seeking engineers. It was like speed dating, Hesselgrave said. Each of us presented our final web development projects to show off what we can do. Among the Hackbright corporate partners was Winmore, a customer relations software firm. Two of the mentors who had volunteered with Hesselgrave's cohort, Danny Douglas and Kyla Farrell from Winmore, showed up for a brief recruitment session. According to Hesselgrave, Winmore announced it had 2 engineering positions to fill. It made offers to 2 students from her cohort, one of whom was her. She snatched it up because, in her words, Winmore doesn't do whiteboarding, which is part of the predatory practices used by a lot of Silicon Valley firms when they interview. That's where they put you on a panel of 4 people and give you a silly algorithm question and say, okay, work it out on the whiteboard in front of us and talk out loud. It's super high pressure and high stress. Everyone hates them. In my interview, they asked me to present my final product, asked me to open the code, and walk them through everything. It was great. Hesselgrave got an offer for $110,000 plus standard benefits, including stock options, and managed to negotiate a little for moving expenses. Hackbright tracks the data on job placements and salaries for its grads. $110,000 was an above-average offer for Hackbright graduates and was more than Hesselgrave's other offers. Accepting the position meant she would be the second woman to work as an engineer at Winmore. The first and only woman engineer at that point was Kyla Farrell, who had graduated from Hackbright a few years earlier. Hesselgrave liked her immediately, but was reporting to Danny Douglas. That wasn't strange, because Winmore followed a management method from The Lean Startup, a book from which it gleaned that constantly changing up people on the various teams was a good idea. According to Hesselgrave, Winmore was constantly improving and it was kind of fun and cool. They adopted a work-style approach that was popularized by other successful startups. So we reorganized our teams every 6 months, and we reorganized the actual office about as frequently. Relative to the rest of Silicon Valley, once Winmore hired several more women engineers, it was above average in its ratio of women to men, but women were still vastly outnumbered. Hesselgrave was asked early on to become a recruiter herself and make presentations at Hackbright and elsewhere about Winmore. She helped recruit several more women in the next year to join the team. 2 years into her tenure and performing well, she decided it was an appropriate time to ask for a raise. At that point, she was working under Douglas and made the pitch. She also asked for Douglas's advice for getting onto a management track. Douglas seemed surprised by her request, but said he'd get back to her. In a few days, he told her they had decided to give everyone a 3% cost of living adjustment. Hesselgrave said, Danny, Douglas, told me I'd be getting the COLA. I told him that was awesome, but what about my raise? He said, oh, sorry, did I say COLA? I misspoke. You're getting a 3% raise. I wondered, what? While Hesselgrave was pleased that she would be getting a cost of living adjustment after 2 years, she had been expecting a real raise, a reward for her growth, her hard work, and her effort in recruiting for the company. Douglas had turned that raise into an across-the-board COLA for all employees. Not long after that happened, Kyla Farrell became pregnant with her first child. Because she was the first person working at Winmore to get pregnant, Farrell was asked by management to write a maternity leave policy for the company. She discussed this with the other staff, and she mentioned that part of her developing the policy they later approved involved surveying other similar Silicon Valley tech firms for how they handled parental leave. Around this same time, one of the co-founders of the company, the only really high-ranking woman, mysteriously left. There were rumors speculating about the reasons for her departure, but it was all very hush-hush. Her number 2, another woman, these two were in sales, not in engineering, was promoted. Her promotion was made in public in an all-staff meeting, which was unusual. Everyone thought it was awkward, as it seemed the promotion even caught the soon-to-be VP of Sales off guard. The only thing the staff had heard was confirmation of the strangeness. The woman who was made into the new VP of Sales wasn't told before the announcement and apparently wasn't given a raise. Not long after, that woman resigned. It's spring 2017, and we've lost the 2 most powerful women in our company within a couple months, Hesselgrave explained. Everyone in engineering said not to worry, that it was something that would only affect the sales side of the company. Then the CEO brings in a high-powered woman executive from Walmart to give us a pep talk. He asked us, "What'd you think? I just love powerful women, don't you?" Right on the heels of 2 senior women disappearing. About this time, with so much change happening, many Winmore engineers started discussing how bad the company's paid time off, PTO, policy was. They complained that they were being expected to work hard, but were discouraged from taking any time off. The engineers decided to do something similar to what Farrell had done about maternity leave. Ask other Silicon Valley companies about their PTO policies. Farrell stressed that the survey would help employees make an evidentiary case to management. If other companies had good PTO policies, why couldn't they? After Winmore employees collected and parsed the data, they realized that Winmore was significantly behind its competitors with PTO policies. The more that the engineers discussed PTO, the more they realized everyone was given different information about how to interpret Winmore's policy. Notably, recent new hires weren't being told what more tenured staff had been promised. They shouldn't worry about the policy. If they worked hard, they could take off whatever they needed. There was a basic problem with the assurances about PTO for the most senior engineers. They could never really take advantage of this alleged unlimited PTO because of the constant time pressures to produce new products on rush deadlines. The staff decided to ask one of its best engineers, Mike, to approach management and present a request to improve the PTO. He agreed and met with Douglas to discuss it. Douglas said the proposal for improved PTO was interesting and that he'd get back to them. Before the workers received any response on PTO, Anne, the CEO's sister, who functioned informally as Winmore's HR person, suddenly announced via email that effective immediately, Winmore had a new referral bonus program. If an engineer recruits someone, at 3 months of the new hire's employment, the recruiter will get a $3,000 bonus. The wheel spun fast in Hesselgrave's mind, and she realized she had recently recruited 4 women to the firm, all of whom were productive and still working at the company. She explained, "I replied to Anne's email saying, 'Very exciting. I was thinking about who I could refer, but realized I've already referred 4 of my best connections. Any chance you would consider a retroactive referral bonus?'" A potential $12,000 bonus was fair, Hesselgrave believed, and would abate any bad feelings about a raise that she deserved, turning into a 3% COLA for the entire staff. The response came to her from the CEO himself, John Golub, who went by JG in the office, asked her to go get coffee together. In startup parlance, that means have a discussion. She had barely ever spoken with him, but agreed to go regardless. During their meeting, JG brought up both Hesselgrave's request for a referral bonus and the PTO policy. It took her by surprise. JG flattered me and caught me really off guard, she said. We talked about the referral bonus very briefly. He said, "Okay, we'll see what we can do." Then, "I've heard that if I want great ideas about making working here really great, I should talk to you. I've heard you're the person to talk with. I really want all of the ideas, all of them. I don't even care what they are, just off the top of your head. No idea is bad. So what are they?" I told him I wished that I were prepared to talk about that. He assured me that he was getting feedback and we were only brainstorming. When Hesselgrave returned to the office, she was excited. She immediately told Douglas everything that she and JG had discussed. He was dismissive about the talk, she said, and warned her that JG was very manipulative. Douglas cautioned her that she likely wouldn't get a bonus or raise, and that even though JG said he'd set up a joint employee management committee to hammer out a new PTO policy, there wouldn't be one. In a matter of minutes, Hesselgrave went from being enthused about the progress to being discouraged. But a few days later, JG emailed his sister and instructed her to give Hesselgrave a $10,000 raise. Days after meeting with Hesselgrave, he also announced that he had established a PTO committee and that Hesselgrave would serve on it as a voice for the engineers. Things were moving startup caliber fast. JG met with Hesselgrave to hear the results of the information gathering effort and agreed with their recommendations to increase PTO. He then called a full team meeting and asked her to present the new PTO policy, which basically doubled the PTO and made it more clear how and when it could be accessed, and the CEO approved it in front of everyone. Winmore's employees were ecstatic. A co-worker, Bjorn Westergaard, called Hesselgrave a working-class hero. Hesselgrave was next asked to lead a team that would work on a complicated coding project, which she took as another sign that she had management's confidence. These abrupt assignments and changes fell well within the standard frenzy of startup culture. It seemed that Hesselgrave had made solid gains for the workers in the company. A few weeks later, however, in mid-November 2017, with no notice or discussion, Danny Douglas fired her on the spot. Kyla Farrell and another manager sat stoically in the termination meeting, staring into space. When Hesselgrave asked them to explain why she was being fired, they refused to discuss it. They told her to shut down her computer and leave the office immediately. Hesselgrave was shocked. Winmore had an open office, Silicon Valley startup style, so people saw her ghost white face as she left. Fired was never a word she'd imagined she'd ever hear, not to or about her. By the end of the workday, most of the engineers in the San Francisco office, Winmore also had an office in Virginia, led by the women who had come from Hackbright, were at Hesselgrave's door with copious amounts of wine in hand, furious and demanding to know what had happened. She was blubbering as she told them she had no idea but had been fired. The next day, some Winmore engineers were called one-on-one into management meetings in Virginia and San Francisco and asked whether they wanted to discuss anything concerning Hesselgrave. Most either said no or, when prompted, asked why she was fired. The Virginia team was less close to her, and most people assumed there had been some egregious behavior on her part or something, since generally she was doing good work. Nevertheless, management refused to discuss it. Hesselgrave showed me texts from those meetings, in which coworkers sent her expletive-filled messages, wondering why management would meet with them and then refuse to say anything. What was the point? Over the next week, almost all engineers in both offices were put through the bizarre ritual. By the end of the month, the entire engineering staff had had enough. They decided to collectively write a letter to management, stating their dissatisfaction about her firing. In it, they wrote, "We, the undersigned, are Lynetics, now Winmore, employees who have helped build a product and a company. We look back on our years of taxing effort with pride, knowing that we have pushed forward both the state of the art and the cause of a diverse, inclusive professional software industry. Your decision to fire Taylor with no warning, breaking with all past practice, shocked us. She was a valued coworker whose contributions to the company were obvious, and to our knowledge, there has never been cause to question her capabilities or performance. Her manifest intelligence, skill, and professionalism under trying circumstances were an inspiration to us all. But Taylor's greatest contribution to the team was her willingness to hear the grievances we shared with one another and bring them to you. Taylor was an effective advocate for all of us, especially for those women who joined her here in an attempt to build careers in an industry in which the deck is stacked against them. She spoke up, most visibly about paid time off, but on many other issues as well. As such, her sudden termination, with no explanation from the company, has been a cause of alarm and concern for Taylor's co-workers. We believe women, and we believe in women like Taylor. She is not only an advocate for her peers at Lynetics, but women in tech everywhere. Her moral compass, empathy, and strong convictions are to be admired. In an industry lacking diversity, losing her at Lynetics is a blow to our core values. Lynetics engineers have enjoyed vibrant conversations about our working lives in person and through media of our own creation. Your decision to retaliate against us for discussing the terms and conditions of our employment and approaching you through representatives like Taylor, fully believing you would do right by us, is deeply hurtful and unjust. We've come to you because we believe the culture we've built at Lynetics is worth fighting for, and are eager to retain our valued colleagues. The lack of transparency surrounding the termination of Taylor's employment has undermined what was, until very recently, a solid working relationship between employees and management. We bring these concerns to management with the aim of fostering open and serious dialogue. We have two simple requests for you. Do right by Taylor. Recognize that we have a right to discuss work with our coworkers and bring concerns to management as a group, and cease trying to prevent such communication. Sincerely, redacted, a supermajority of the engineers signed this letter. Within minutes of receiving the letter, JG offered to have a town hall meeting that same day, but he canceled it an hour before it was scheduled to begin. At this point, the engineers refused to attend one-on-ones, demanding a public response to their collective letter. Management sent emails to the company, demanding they stop discussing Hesselgrave's termination. Hearing nothing but vague threats, the group of engineers did something that most of them had never imagined. The engineers reached out to a union. A fellow engineer had previously been a journalist before shifting to tech, and had been a member of a union that she admired. The union sized up Winmore's actions and quickly counseled the workers to sign union authorization cards for their protection. Under the National Labor Relations Act, employees cannot be terminated for taking collective action, whether for officially attempting to form a union or taking the kind of collective action that had apparently led to Hesselgrave's firing, like coming together to discuss such things as improvements in their PTO policy. The engineers were essentially functioning like a good union without officially being one. They came together as a team, collectively working out demands for management that mattered to them in order to improve their quality of work life. The union they called told them if they privately signed union membership cards, it would give them better protections later if the employer tried to retaliate. Plus, they'd have the resources of the union, with its knowledgeable staff. On December 4th, the majority of engineers sent a carefully written second letter, which said they had a right to organize and requested JG to honor their intention to form a union. After being uninvited to Winmore's annual staff retreat on January 26th, every software engineer was fired in a mass termination. Winmore tried to frame the firing as a layoff, which was a lie. That the tech workers were stunned by the firing is an understatement. Like Hesselgrave, they were highly skilled engineers who loved their work and their specific jobs, and for the most part, they liked their employer. In their mind, they were trying to help management overcome a lack of fair or effective systems. They felt as though they were working with management. The union they had turned to, the Washington-Baltimore Newspaper Guild, a local union of the National Communications Workers of America, took up the cause. Hesselgrave had retained her own lawyer before the mass firing. She was working up details for a gender discrimination case, which in Silicon Valley should be as easy as shooting fish in a barrel, but it was proving hard despite the few women in engineer posts. Even so, the National Labor Relations Board ruled that management had illegally terminated the engineers, including Hesselgrave. The Labor Board was involved because the workers had made a legal demand for union recognition. On August 22, 2018, the NLRB issued a decision stating that Winmore must offer to hire back every engineer in their same positions with the same pay them retroactive to January 16th, publicly apologize in writing as well as verbally at an all-staff meeting, state publicly that employees in the United States have the right to collectively discuss work issues, and promise to never intimidate them again. Among many details contained in the August 22, 2018, finding of facts, about December 18, 2017, respondent, Winmore, by Seth Carney, a manager, by telling employees that they could organize any way they wanted to short of unionizing, and that respondent would never be union, informed employees that it would be futile for them to select the charging party, the union, or any other labor organization as their bargaining representative. Hesselgrave and her coworkers had won something humans need as much as they need a living wage: validation, a sense of their own worth, and confidence in their own judgment, their understanding that what their friendly-sounding bosses had been doing to them was outrageously unjust and illegal. They won the wage, too. Winmore was forced to pay out substantial financial back pay settlements to each fired software engineer. What they didn't win was a union. That's because the NLRB took too long to move on their firing, which is typical when handling these kinds of cases, and the bosses bank on that slowness. Under the 1935 NLRA, before it was gutted by the Taft-Hartley Act in 1947, the workers in such a case would not have had to sit through months and months of deliberations while their boss's abusive actions were being investigated by an agency starved of resources by all Republicans and even some Democrats. As long as the federal taxpayer-funded NLRB lacks funds and investigators to pursue these cases, corporations will have the advantage. Because all the workers actually needed to keep earning salaries, they were forced to take other jobs, and by the time they were informed they'd won their case, everyone already had jobs they quite liked at other employers. Though the back pay settlements the company was forced to pay were hefty, given that the illegally terminated employees had done highly paid work, the company simply wrote off the legal settlements as a loss, rebranded, and moved on, no doubt relieved that this forced profit sharing amounted to a single payout, not a permanent employee benefit. This is not uncommon. Workers win a case but lose the union because the pace of the investigation is so slow. My impression from my own experience of these cases is that employers always appeal a guilty verdict in the labor courts, not necessarily to overturn the verdict, but simply to stall as long as they can, hoping that the workers involved get jobs elsewhere, which is what happened in the Winmore case. I asked Hesselgrave for her reflections on leaving the nonprofit Save the Planet job at EcoTrust, rolling with giddy, bubbly enthusiasm into her 4 Women to Empower Women Hackbright boot camp, and then segueing into a high-paying tech job amid the glitter of San Francisco's startup land. She said, "I never thought I'd get fired from anything, anywhere, but I did. And it was really unfair. I learned life isn't fair. These companies, no matter what they say, are not our family, which they all say. They are engaging in business, and we are a business transaction. Don't let them flower up the relationship. This is at-will employment, and you could get fired tomorrow with no explanation. We provide them with our time and skill, and they pay us money. That's what's happening." Union busting is integral to tech from the start. Despite the fierce individualist and competitive spirit among them, the first CEOs and executives in Silicon Valley were united about one innovation: being union-free. As far back as the 1970s, when Intel's founder and CEO, Robert Noyce, decided to establish his new silicon chip processor company across the country from his alma mater, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and its emerging high-tech corridor along Route 128 in Boston, it was explicitly to avoid the labor management dynamics and unions from back east. In a 1983 Esquire biographical essay about Robert Noyce, author Tom Wolfe wrote, "He was the father of Silicon Valley. Whether or not Noyce was the father, he was certainly a defining figure in the emerging world of corporate big tech, which was a direct outgrowth of the massive amounts of public taxpayer money that funded Noyce and many of his generation after the Soviet Union beat the United States into space in 1957 with the successful launch of Sputnik 1. Noyce's entry into the engineering workforce was perfectly timed. There was an urgent need to make computers small enough to fit into a rocket. While taxpayers footed the lion's share of the research bill, Wall Street firms saw a way to make a few people extremely rich. The new technology's investment opportunities. Noyce's distaste for all things back east did not include Wall Street money. Backed by Wall Street capital, he helped stage a coup at his second job, where he worked for the inventor and patent holder of the transistor, Nobel laureate William Shockley. Noyce and a handful of similarly skilled men fled Shockley's shed in the fruit orchards not far from Stanford to build their own company and do faster and better what Shockley Semiconductor was already doing. Shockley would later emerge as a horrible eugenicist, but there's no evidence that's why Noyce fled his shop. Rather, Noyce created the future business model of Silicon Valley as far back as the 1960s, but the term they used back then wasn't disruption. It had a different name: defection capital. By the early 1970s, Noyce, already the equivalent of today's multimillionaires, framed the narrative and set the example that companies like Winmore are still following in the second decade of the new millennium. He smashed early efforts by Intel engineers to unionize with several different labor organizations, including the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, the Teamsters, and the Stationary Engineers. According to Wolfe, Noyce made it known, albeit quietly, that he regarded unionization as a death threat to Intel and to the semiconductor industry generally. Labor management battles were part of the ancient terrain of the East. If Intel were divided into workers and bosses, with the implication that each side had to squeeze money out of the hides of the other, the enterprise would be finished. But in the 1970s, many of the most successful companies in the United States were unionized, with CEOs in the auto, steel, and chemical industries, and others with incomes putting them in the top 1%. Noyce's antipathy towards unions raises another question. Was he not content to be filthy rich and instead needed to make more than any other CEO? Or was he ideologically opposed to unions and didn't believe that the company's rank and file were as valuable and crucial to its success as management? Or was it both, given that greed and the defense of inequality go together like integrated and circuit? We won't ever know for sure, since he died in 1990 at age 63. But judging from the case of the 15 high-level engineers fired illegally by Winmore in 2018, whom we do know, and who were seeking simple things like clarity about paid time off, fair work rules, and better management systems, casting unions as a death threat to the industry was likely as absurd then as it is now. Not surprisingly, today's Silicon Valley disruptors have reproduced the Gilded Age, which was characterized by garish wealth and merciless business practices, by simultaneously minting small numbers of billionaires and millionaires while spreading gut-wrenching systemic poverty. As author Jonathan Taplin describes in his book, Move Fast and Break Things, How Facebook, Google, and Amazon cornered culture and undermined democracy, not since Rockefeller and J.P. Morgan has the country faced such a concentration of wealth and power in the hands of so few. And the fortunes created by the digital revolution may have done more to increase inequality in America than almost any other factor. In one of his many interviews after the book was published, Taplin explained how big tech has cozied up to both political parties in order to throw off the shackles of government regulation, including labor standards that retard unions, such as whether workers are workers, who can unionize, or independent contractors, who can't. Here's the deal. These people in Silicon Valley have been able to put a Svengali move on the Democrats just as much as they put on the Republicans, he said. Obama was under the spell of Google more than anybody I know about. Eric Schmidt, executive chair of Alphabet, the parent company of Google, visited the White House by a factor of 5 more than any other CEO, and that's just the official stuff that was written down at the White House gate. The evidence speaks for itself. Under all recent administrations, big tech's contractor workforce exploded in size. Like giant corporations a century before them, Silicon Valley corporations personally wooing U.S. lawmakers paid off. Based on market valuation, the 5 biggest companies in the world in 2018 were Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, Microsoft, and Facebook. All of these titans of new capital have cozied up to government and are involved in serious union avoidance. Why do the top executives and shareholders of these companies and throughout Silicon Valley and the high-tech sector have the same attitudes towards organized labor as CEOs and executives did 100 years ago? Why does Tesla today rely on union-busting tactics used by the Ford Motor Company in the 1930s? Why does Amazon cast itself in the mold of every big union-busting company since capitalism emerged from the ashes of feudalism? Because they can. It's pretty simple. The CEOs and shareholders of megacorporations have always wanted the wealth for themselves. And there's no instance in the United States of major progressive changes in the division of corporate profits that required anything less than mass strikes and collective action. The tech sector may be new, but its executives' desire to increase their own profit is anything but. The hedge fund Bridgewater, in their April 2019 report, reinforces this idea. While changes in union activity have been smaller in recent years, even small moves toward or away from unionization can be linked to changes in how much firms pay their employees. Emphasis added. The most common union avoidance technique that these competitors share is straightforward: the offshoring of major production facilities to countries where the labor movement is highly repressed, if not outright forbidden. Wolf's Esquire essay vividly describes how, in the early years of experiments in Silicon Valley, Intel created and maintained sweatshops inside California. The work bays where the transistors were produced looked like slightly sunnier versions of the garment sweatshops of San Francisco's Chinatown. Here were rows of women hunched over work tables, squinting through microscopes, doing the most tedious and frustrating sort of manual labor, cutting layers of silicon apart with diamond cutters, picking little rectangles of them up with tweezers, trying to attach wires to them, dropping them, rummaging around on the floor to find them again, swearing, muttering, climbing back to their chairs, rubbing their eyes, squinting back through the microscopes, and driving themselves